Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashikun,
Here.
Nikosi Nelson,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gautier,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia.
Here. It is 6:15 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to welcome Kaya Dotson, a student at Deer Creek Elementary, to lead us in the pledges tonight. Kaya, whenever you're ready.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaya, for leading us in the pledge tonight. Now, board members, we will now go to the oath of office, and I'd like to invite Laura Marquez to the front to take the oath of office for place 6 on the Leander ISD Board of Trustees.
I, Laura Marquez,
I, Laura Marquez,
do solemnly swear and
Do-
affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of School Board Trustee for Leander Independent School District of the State of Texas,
for the office of School Board Trustee for Leander ISD, State of Texas.
Yes.
Got it all there.
and will to the best of my ability
And will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state, so help me God.
and of this state, so help me God.
All right, Laura now sits on the dais. Up next, we are excited to shine our spotlight on learning on Deer Creek Elementary School. Come on down, Colts. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, and distinguished board members. My name is Matt Calkins, and I have the privilege of working alongside the most dedicated and talented staff representing our incredible Deer Creek community, and especially kids such as these. I appreciate this opportunity for you to give us the floor for these kids to share their voice. At Deer Creek, we've been working hard to foster empowerment by providing increased agency and access in student learning experiences. We are working hard to teach our students to know themselves, what strengths they have, what struggles they encounter, and how they can best figure out how to show their growth and learning.
I'm Allison Brown. I'm the assistant principal at Deer Creek, and in my role, I get to see all of the different student interests that we have on our campus. And that has led us to exploring a way to dive into that through Innovation Lab, which is something that every one of our kindergarten through fifth grade, so every kinder through fifth grade student gets to participate in every 2 weeks. And it is run over here by the fabulous Miss Matsuda and her, our Quest teacher, and her instructional aide, Miss Hodinger, who is a former Deer Creek student as well. So yes, we're very lucky to have them. And in that time, when all of our kids go, they are teaching them and building into the graduate profile, which is just allows them that space and that time that they get to do. And then they're teaching them different skills, STEM-based, and how things that they can learn there in class with Miss Matsuda then to take back to their class, right? So that things that they get to use, how I can show my learning that in different ways that they get to do because they learned with her. Also, this has been a huge campus-wide effort with all of our teachers supporting this effort because they helped us just from building, which seems simple, a master schedule to, rearranging their schedule so that all of these kids can go and learn these new skills and then giving them the space to share their learning when they come back. So these are our student ambassadors at Deer Creek, and they're going to focus on, we're focusing on empowering students today. And so I'm going to start with McKay, and he is going to start us off today.
Multiple choice star type questions or any multiple choice questions have pluses and deltas to it. A plus, it's fast, and you don't have to put in a hard effort to make it look nice. A delta of multiple choice questions would be that it's boring, and honestly, I like to do fun things. If it's a multiple choice question, I might draw it out, and if I can't find the right answer, I'll guess about the one that's close to my answer. Students deserve a way to show work and learning in a fun way. So this evening, we'll show you different ways to show mastery.
Hello, my name is Claire.
And my name is Kaya.
And our video demonstrates how we can use little bits to show weathering, erosion, and deposition.
This project can empower us because it gives us a chance to express our learning in a more fun, meaningful, and creative way.
Many students find the multiple choice simple because they usually don't really have to think about the question and can just guess.
With little bits, we had to think critically and creatively to create the final product.
We had to think about which bits to use, where to put each one, and how to create the different models.
Star formatted questions can be classified as boring and can discourage complex thinking.
Here are the bits that we used.
The fan circuit shows the weathering, and the wheel circuit acts like a conveyor belt and shows the water moving, which is erosion, then dropping it off to make deposition.
Hello everybody. Our way of showcasing student empowerment and learning is by using stop motion animations.
To do this, you take a picture of an object, then move the object a little bit, take another picture, and repeat this process multiple times until the app has enough content to make an animated film.
This style of work impacts our learning because it lets us think creatively and critically. We have to think about what we need to say, and then could be creative in how we show our learning.
This tool can give students chances to use what they know and turn it into amazing things, which also helps teachers understand how their students are doing. Stop motion is a great program to use, and we have made one for you to view.
Erosion is when a river comes and carves out a mountain. It can turn it into a canyon.
Deposition is when those eroded pieces fall into the river and it drops them off at the riverbank.
Hello everyone, I am Saffron.
And I'm Sachi.
We used Music Lab Jam Session, which is a fun tool where you can program and code your own music track. First, we took the TEAK questions and answered it in a paragraph. After this, we used the help of AI to generate lyrics to match the beat of our song and the meaning of our answer.
Then we made the melody and tune of our song by programming codes to get the sounds. This empowered our learning because it is a chance to show our skills and incorporate more of the graduate profile in our strategies instead of the regular STAR multiple choice format. We think this tool is a fun way for students to express themselves and show their creativity, so check this out.
Wind and water hits the rocks, breaking them into little blocks. Weather makes the pieces small, ice can crack and make them fall. Erosion moves them all around, picks them up off the ground. Deposition drops them down, new landforms can be found. Sand dunes, canyons, deltas too, that's what forces do. Water flows and carries sand, moving pieces across the land. Winds and blows, sediments spark, creating landscapes where they are. Weathering, erosion, deposition, working like its earth. Invasion, breaking, moving, dropping down. Amazing landforms all around. Earth is changing every day in a natural weathering way. Aren't Earth changing fascinating?
As you can see, we started with a STAR type question and made it so much more, including a movie, a circuit project, and even a song. This can show full understanding of learning because it's so much more than just filling in a bubble. It's making an electronic circuit, it's making a movie using nothing but pictures and bringing objects to life, and it's coding music to make an original song. It empowers us to think critically and creatively, all of which are ways of learning that multiple choice cannot show. While we don't need this all the time, we hope that our teachers and staff will allow us to have more empowered learning. Thank you for allowing us to present this evening.
Thank you so much, Deer Creek Colts. We really appreciate y'all being here and telling your story. But we need y'all to hold on for a second because we want to get a picture with y'all. And parents, if you'd like, you can come up here and get a picture if you take a picture if you'd like. Thank you so much, Deer Creek. We really appreciate y'all coming out here tonight. Next, board members, it's going to be 4B, which is another special recognition, and I'd like to invite our Chief Communication Officer, Christina Hardy, to introduce tonight's special recognition.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. Thank you so much for the ability to do a wonderful showcase that we have prepared for you today. We have a special presentation in recognizing Leander ISD and our staff for its emergency response during the July floods. At this time, I'd like to invite Pilar Sanchez, the Travis County Executive, as well as her team, Lynn Caffey and Anna Martinez, as well as members of the board. If you could line up here along this side with your backs toward our chiefs here, and Dr. Gearing, please, if you can line up this way, as well as our folks who will be recognized. We're we're going to have our folks recognized over here to this side, and then we're going to direct our audience that way. Right here, and you're going to look this way. Yes, just like that.
Madam President, Board of Trustees, I'm Pilar Sanchez, and I'm the County Executive of Travis County Health and Human Services. And I had to come out here even if it was storming or how far it was from my house. I had to come out here and tell you how special your school district and your teachers, students, PTA, and staff are. It was just amazing that such a tragedy, it showed us the beautiful heart that your staff has in your community. Somebody told me, I think it was Madam President Smith, told me earlier today that it's your community that comes first, and your staff really showed that with actions. It's not just words. We needed a place to set up as an emergency response team, and you all opened your doors. It was Danielson Middle School and Heisel. I think it was also Stacy. Jim Plain, and Heisel and Danielson. And it was not only the space, it came with an amazing amount of support from your people. First and foremost, let me say that Miguel, if you can come down. Miguel, the ISD Emergency Management Team member, leader. I'm not sure exactly what your title is, but you must be the leader. It was so refreshing to see somebody that deals with emergency be very calm, professional, very structured, compassionate, and just with a can-do attitude. He said, "Come in, what do you need?" And then along came Principal Erica. Dr. Erica, please come down. Erica Cruz. And she did the same thing. And they just were this phenomenal team where he said, "Where is the stuff?" She said, "You can get it from here, whatever they need." And he had, I can tell he's got a lot of training in emergency management. He really had everything that we needed and asked us how we wanted it and gave us a lot of recommendations of how we can set up and which room to be in and how it would flow. It was a can-do attitude, very generous with their time and their equipment. Thank you very much. Don't walk away. I'm going to call the others to please step up. Kelly Marco from the PTA. My team at HHS and I were stationed at Danielson Middle School, and the PTA you all don't call them PTAs anymore, do you? You do? Okay. PTA brought us fresh coffee and snacks every morning. And it was just so nice to get there and fuel up with that caffeine because it was going to be a long day. And it was just very, very thoughtful and very caring. Thank you very much. And then if the others can come up, we've got, so the principal from Jim Plain, Emily, was not able to be here, so Angela Hodges is going to accept our little gift for her. And she's also going to accept our gift for Donna Lewis, who's the principal at Heisel Elementary. And then there was Monica de la Garza Canes, and the principal from Baghdad Elementary. And then there's Kelly Marco. Oh, we got her. Oh, yes, PTA. Coffee and snacks. And Chuck Wright. Did I get everybody? I think so. There was 7, right? So we were making a list of who was just amazing, and everybody was amazing. But Ross Stevens, our division director over weatherization and House Report, said, "You've got to recognize Chuck." Chuck was amazing. We needed maps to be able to tell where our people who have the greatest needs are, and he made us maps. We needed signs, and he helped us. And I mean, he just went on and on about how just helpful you were, Chuck. So thank you very much. Madam President, trustees, you've got shining stars. Your teachers were off for the summer, and they insisted on being there. They asked, "What can we do?" All of these people asked, "What can we do?" And the teachers came, and they manned the care center for the kids, just in case families brought kids, they could entertain them while the parents got assistance. The PTA with snacks and coffee, and then the teachers, they kept thinking, what else can we do? They just wanted to be able to be there to help. And then they started making calls to all their families to check in on them. And some of them went to the families and took them a care package. We were just blown away by the hospitality, the professionalism, the compassion, the can-do attitude, and the love that you all had for your community and your open door and your open arms to us who were here to see how we can help them. So thank you very much. Our Judge Brown did send a proclamation, and I'm sorry he couldn't be here, but he did send this proclamation. If it's okay, may I read it? Whereas on July 5th, 2025, the Sandy Creek area of Travis County was struck by devastating floods that displaced families, damaged and destroyed homes, and challenged our community in unimaginable ways. And whereas in the midst of this crisis, Leander Independent School District stepped forward without hesitation, opening their doors and their hearts to support their neighbors in need. And whereas throughout every stage of the emergency response, the Leander ISD team demonstrated unwavering collaboration, compassion, and service by providing multiple district facilities and schools to Travis County for use as emergency sites, and ensured transportation to and from both the Volunteer Reception Center and the Danielson Flood Resource Center, helping connect people with critical resources, support, and compassion they needed. And whereas their actions during the Sandy Creek floods exemplified leadership, teamwork, humanity, and showing what it means to care for one another when it matters most. And whereas Leander ISD's dedication and generosity brought comfort, stability, and hope to many during an incredibly difficult time, reminding us that we are strongest when we stand together. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, the Travis County Judge, on behalf of a grateful community, do hereby recognize and honor Leander Independent School District for their outstanding partnership, compassion, and unwavering commitment to the people of Travis County during the July 5th, 2025 Sandy Creek floods. Their willingness to serve, their kindness, their spirit of how can we help made all the difference, and for that we extend our deepest gratitude. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hands and caused the seal of Travis County, Andy Brown, County Judge. Thank you. I'm going to hand this to Miguel, my compatriot. This is a copy of the proclamation. Madam President, you all received the official proclamation, and Anna and Lynn have just a small gift of appreciation from us to you. Chuck, can you display the one that's in the box? I hope you will, with pride, display that somewhere in your all's office and remember just how wonderful you are and how impactful you were in people's lives. I think they want a picture on this side. Yeah. Hannah, Lynn, you all.
No, in front. Stand in front. In front?
In front?
Yeah, come on. It's all my knees are going to make it down there. Come on, down there. I may never make it back up.
Next is the citizen comments portion of our agenda. The board appreciates the community's engagement in tonight's meeting and the valuable input provided through citizen comments. In accordance with Leander ISD Board Policy BED Local, the presiding officer may make adjustments to the public comment procedures in order to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board. This evening, we have 37 individuals wishing to address the board, 37 individuals sign up to speak. In addition to a lengthy list of topics for the board to consider, normally the board allows each speaker in public comment up to 90 seconds for his or her presentation. Due to the high number of individuals will be speaking this evening, I'm adjusting that time to 60 seconds per speaker so that we may hear from everyone and have time remaining to conduct the business of the district. Before I invite the first speaker to line up, we will watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Devin Kim. I'm a junior at Rouse High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speakers 1 through 10, please form a line so you're ready to approach the microphone when your number is called. So speaker number 1, whenever you're ready, please come up to the mic.
Just on my first word? Oh, perfect. My name is Connor Adama. I'm a student at Glen High School, and I'm going to come out of the gate swinging. I'm here to urge the Board of Trustees to follow the example of Round Rock ISD and to fight the suit filed by Attorney General Ken Paxton. The mandatory posting of the 10 Commandments in every classroom is a violation of the Establishment Clause of the very First Amendment in our U.S. Constitution, stating that the government shall make no law respecting the establishment of any religion. Not only should you not be required to post them by the state, but it shouldn't even be an option. We all know that if it was any other religion, say if it was the religious pillars of Islam, people would be fighting this instantly, rioting in the streets. If my efforts haven't been in vain, I believe the Board of Trustees has received multiple emails from other fellow Glen High School students urging for the same thing that I am. We even have another speaker here today. You'll have the pleasure of hearing from Speaker 4, who is also here from Glen High School, to speak on the very same topic. Once again, I urge, do not go down without a fight. get this case overturned for its unconstitutionality.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2 and speaker number 3 did not sign in or check in, I'm sorry, so we'll go with speaker number 4.
My name is Sahana Chandran, a student at Glen High School. As a district board members, we pride ourselves on inclusion and free expression. However, the 10 Commandments legislation is an impediment to that freedom. As a student in this district, I urge you to continue fighting against A.G. Paxton's lawsuit for the sake of your constituency, LISD staff, parents, and students. Landmark decisions like Engel versus Vitale established a precedent in public schools to hold our constitutional freedoms above religious doctrine. Schools are meant for education and unity, and enforcing beliefs of any kind inhibits that. Every minute that you stand against this lawsuit, you stand beside the interests of your students. We are taught to speak our minds in the schools that you lead. So as I speak, I hope that you will listen. Because right now, it is up to us to stand for what is right. And I urge you, board members, to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 4. Speaker number 5.
Good evening. The simple truth is that Steiner Ranch Elementary.
Okay, hold on. Hold on real quick. Let's start it over. Okay, number. Oh my goodness. And we were making our own music just like the kids were. All right, I think we're okay now. I'm not echoing anymore. All right, go ahead now, speaker number 5. Start over.
No worries. Good evening. The simple truth is that Steiner Ranch Elementary's sustained academic excellence is entirely due to our dedicated teachers. They are the district's most valuable asset. We urge you to honor their success by protecting the supportive environment they have built over the years. This is not just sentiment. Our A rating is the direct result of staff longevity and teamwork, led by an incredible principal that is always searching for ways to improve. Their consistency guarantees high-quality instruction every single day. Our teachers and admin are determined to find solutions to help every child succeed, no matter how difficult the situation. When teachers stay for years, expertise and institutional knowledge are retained. This improves teaching and helps every student succeed, especially those in special education, who rely on established routines and trusting relationships to thrive. This staff is not just meeting educational targets, they are defining them. Their continued presence is the greatest assurance of future academic excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 5. Speaker number 6. And before you begin, speaker 6, can I please get speakers 11 through 16 to line up, please? Whenever you're ready, speaker number 6.
I'm a Cypress parent here again in support of LISD neighborhood schools that are proposed for closure here or in the near future. I've been at many of these and several workshops, and I have heard members of the board express that they don't want to frustrate or anger the community, and that they have the awareness that they have done this by how this process was commenced and the quality of the data and decision-making to date. I'm sorry to report we're still frustrated and confused, and now we are developing whiplash. Please help us understand today how we can move forward as a community. Know that we are still deeply invested, whether in person, virtual, or just here in spirit, and we're prepared to dig in over the long term to get the district back to thriving in all aspects. The underfunding of Texas public schools and pushing families to other options is likely not going to resolve anytime soon. You have a community here that cares about this issue as much as you do, and you can choose to bring us together in meaningful ways, from letter writing campaigns to piloting solutions. We've got your back if you work to do the right thing for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker 6. Speaker number 7.
As a community, we all want the same thing: strong schools, supported teachers, and opportunities that help every child thrive. It's about giving families flexibility, strengthening our schools, and attracting new students and resources. When new students come in, funding follows. During the summer, I handed Dr. Gehring letters from 35 students that would be out-of-district transfers into LISD, since out-of-district transfers was approved. That again, by myself. Can you imagine what we can do as a team? We're here to help. Let's give open enrollment a chance. It's not a risk, but as an opportunity to grow our numbers. and an opportunity to build a stronger district, support our schools, and invest in a future where every family feels confident. Open enrollment is a logical and cost-effective strategy employed throughout the district to increase enrollment. Steiner Ranch is the best location to benefit from open enrollment. And P.S., I truly hope you guys take the opportunity to read the 2,658 letters that we dropped off at your office yesterday.
Thank you, Speaker number 7. Speaker number 8 did not check in, so we're going to go with Speaker number 9.
Good evening. My name is Adam, and I'm a proud parent of Steiner Ranch Elementary School students. I'm here because closing Steiner Ranch Elementary is not in the long-term best interest of Leander ISD. The district's own data shows Steiner Ranch is not a financial outlier. Its cost per student variance is modest and can be corrected through enrollment growth, especially through open enrollment. Steiner Ranch is the only LISD campus positioned to attract students from Lake Travis ISD into our Vandergrift feeder pattern. That aligns directly with the board's resolution to pursue new revenue opportunities. If we close SRE, that opportunity disappears forever. Closing SRE would also create long-term risks, increasing traffic, safety concerns, loss of walkable neighborhood schools, and diminished student experiences. Charter schools, private schools, and even Lake Travis ISD will take advantage of this disruption, and property values and therefore the district's tax base will decline when an A-rated community school is removed. This is short-term savings for long-term pain. It's like selling a car you own to keep the one you are leasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
Board members, I'm asking you to please vote to keep our schools open. The plan to close our schools will cause huge problems for students who have special needs. In our district, we have 7,000 students who have IEPs. More than half of these plans are with students in elementary schools. The IEP is a promise the schools make to give them the right education they need. The law states, Anna, the law states students that move to a new school must be given the same help the very first day. The district staff is already working hard, but you are forcing them to close campuses, reduce teachers and school staffing, alter attendance boundaries, and move 3,500 promises in just 8 months. That is impossible. When the staff can't keep up, it means the district is breaking its promise to thousands of kids. If the district breaks this promise, we face 2 big penalties: lawsuits. Thousands of families will have the right to file formal complaints against the district. Huge bills. We will be forced to pay compensatory
Thank you, Speaker
education.
number 10. Speaker number 11.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tanya Lavelle. I am Mom to Ali right here. Thank you for your continued work during this challenging time. As you have hopefully felt and seen over this past many months, our community wants to be part of the solution. We're ready to partner with you to protect the quality of education in LISD. But right now, the proposals around reduced staffing and possible school closures are genuinely confusing for many families, including mine. We're struggling to understand how these decisions support strong learning environments or reflect the diverse needs of our campuses. We know the district must be financially responsible, and we believe that that can be done without diminishing the educational experience of our kids. That's why clarity and transparency are so important. When decisions are clearly explained with data, rationale, long-term goals, our community can engage constructively and help find sustainable solutions. We also ask for thoughtful long-range planning. For example, reducing schools in the south won't ease overcrowding in the north, and families want to see a district-wide strategy that reflects real growth patterns.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Speaker number 11. Speaker number 12.
Hi. We appreciate the board attempting to deepen their understanding of our district's current situation. A decision appears to be looming on the horizon. We are still waiting on elaboration of where the numbers of how each campus closure will save the district truly comes from. What will potentially increase transportation cost? What happens to the closed buildings? Using them for other uses will not save the district money based on the functional capacity presentation earlier this fall. How do you decide what administrators get to continue working in our neighborhood? If closure is inevitable, why are we not having deeper conversations on what schools will be best suited for closure? We appreciate you having the tough conversations and hope to learn more tonight and in the coming weeks. We need leaders who make decisions so we do not continue to live under such a dark cloud of uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 12. Speaker number 13, and before you begin 13, can I please get speakers 17 through 22 to please line up? Whenever you're ready, number 13.
Hi, I'd like to recap some of the last 6 months of speeches for the new board member. Cypress and Steiner Ranch parents seriously disagree with the inflated denominator in the low enrollment calculations. The inflated denominator creates the appearance of low enrollment even when smaller elementary schools are viable, cost-effective, and financially efficient. The entire pursuit seems arbitrary to many parents, leading a group of dedicated Cypress parents to publish 5 newsletters with deep research into actual school capacities and true long-range educational best practices. Using historical satellite footage, the research from these parents proved that Cypress Elementary would require many portable buildings to serve as few as 700 students, never mind the capacity claimed by Leander ISD last spring, which was much higher. I have a lot more to say. Many Cypress parents have talked to upper-level staff from other school districts and school board members throughout Texas, still not understanding why Leander ISD wants to consider closing schools. Parents understand that we must continue writing to the governor and state representative.
Thank you, speaker 13. Speaker number 14 did not check in, so we will go with speaker number 15.
Hello, we're here today to hold this board accountable. The data does not support this closure. The fiscal logic does not support this closure. The human cost is unacceptable. We need answers to these facts. Why the fiscal waste of closing and leaving an empty, newly renovated facility? Why the illogic of dismantling a high-performing school when open enrollment can save it? Why the moral failure of destroying a vibrant, successful, and thriving community asset built over 2 decades? The magic of SRE, the human dedication, the collective achievement, is not transferable. Please, Board of Trustees, choose stability over disruption. Choose long-term vision over short-term cuts. Do not choose to extinguish the heart of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 15. Speaker number 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 did not check in, just double checking their, nope, not in the audience, okay. Speaker number 22, and then can we please get speakers 23 to 28 to line up, please?
The facts surrounding the proposed closure of Steiner Ranch Elementary deserve a transparent examination before the community and the public. We must address the process itself because the board and the district's position throughout the deliberation has been defined by chaos and inconsistency. The wavering from we can't close these schools, we need a resolution to we can close 2 schools, and the resolution not providing defined guidelines has given this community profound procedural whiplash. This back and forth has created a devastating false sense of hope, only to have that hope repeatedly dashed. We understand this situation is complex, but the constant shifting of the district's guidance severely hinders our ability to participate meaningfully. The lack of clear, consistent data creates unnecessary community exhaustion. This pattern effectively damages the public's confidence necessary for these major decisions. We ask that the district and the board provide clear, final guidance to restore the integrity of this process, rebuild trust.
Thank you, speaker number 22. Thank you. Now we'll have speaker number 23, please come up.
Hello and good evening. My name is Alexander Miles. I am here to address the board on the subject of the closure of Steiner Ranch Elementary. I myself have had the privilege of moving back to the area with my family after actually going through the entire course of elementary school, middle school, and high school with Leander. It was a time whenever we were opening schools and we saw the just opportunity and possibilities. It was a time of growth and a time of great success. We saw these schools flourish So going backwards and closing a school like Steiner Ranch Elementary not only represents a withdrawal, but a rippling effect of negative outcomes for our students, for our homes, for everything that we had grown and built. I think that going backwards will ultimately harm all the progress that we've made thus far. It is a step in the wrong direction. So that is my piece on that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker 23. Speaker 24, Speaker number 25 did not check in. We'll go with Speaker number 26, please.
Since May, we have been told that difficult decisions must be made based on clear data, fiscal responsibility, and strategy. So let's scrutinize the data. First, the misuse of taxpayer dollars. Steiner Ranch Elementary is a recently renovated facility, yet the board is currently considered closing a building that taxpayer money has poured into and is still paying for. You cannot justify investing significant capital into a campus only to shut it. This is fiscal waste, plain and simple. Why would the board accept a penalty of a multi-year vacancy and maintenance costs on a state-of-the-art building while leaving older, less updated facilities open? Second, academic metrics. We are being asked to dismantle a model of success. We are facing a proposal to close a school with higher enrollment and an A rating. With student achievement and experience are truly the goal, the data demands you to preserve Steiner Ranch. The data also suggests that the promising savings from combining schools is minimal, meaning we are, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number 26. Speaker number 27, and before you begin, can I go ahead and get Speakers 29 through 37 to go ahead and line up? Whenever you're ready, Speaker 27.
Good evening. I figured I would try something different tonight because you have heard a whole lot of the same speeches from all of us, and honestly, we're tired of giving them. So here's my question. If the superintendent is one of the final four candidates for another district, should he really be the one steering the ship on school closures? From the outside, it looks like a lot like someone packing up the moving van while still giving directions on what furniture the rest of us should keep. And what makes it even stranger is that he has spent the last year banging the drum about how stable Leander ISD is, how strong the future is here, how we all need to stay the course. Yet he is venturing out of state to look for another place to work. If the district is truly as stable as he insists, why is he looking for the exit? And then there's the timing. Summer, holiday season, basically every moment when parents are distracted, exhausted, and running on caffeine and prayer. If you wanted low engagement, you nailed it. If you wanted trust, this is how you build it. Steiner Ranch Elementary is strong, stable, and part of what makes this community good.
Thank you, Speaker 27. Speaker number 28. Speaker number 28.
Hi, I'm here to speak in defense of the IB program at Vandergrift. I know I'm not alone. Many parents feel the same way. We are tired of getting no clear explanation of why IB is being cut at VHS. We keep hearing that enrollment is declining, yet the data I've received directly from the IB staff and from my own student show the opposite. I've shared this data with you multiple times, and with the open enrollment plus Lake Travis not having any IB option, enrollment is likely to grow, not shrink. We're also told that moving IB to Leander High School makes it accessible to all students, but this is simply not true for families in the 4 Point area. My younger children will not relocate, will not leave their friends, or endure a 1-hour commute. That is not equitable access. We want clarity, open communication, and decisions backed by real and transparent data. Right now, we are not seeing that. This is not the student-centered experience that this claims to prioritize.
Thank you, Speaker number 28. Speaker 29 did not check in, so we're going to go with Speaker number 30, please.
I'm going to pick up where 26 left off. We are creating chaos for families without even solving the financial problem we set out to fix. Third, there is a procedural failure. We still lack a solid plan for the future of SRE. There is no tenant, no guaranteed purpose for the empty building, and no clear structure for the displaced staff. A new long-range planning report hasn't even been presented. We are being asked to trust a process that has no destination. This failure is clearest in open enrollment. You just voted to implement this logical, low-cost tool next year to help boost numbers. SRE, being the most desirable and accessible location in Steiner Ranch, has the highest potential for success using open enrollment. So why implement a proven solution only to potentially kill it before it can work? Why implement the cure only to refuse to give it in time to save the patient? To sideline the most viable market-driven solution proves that this decision is based on something other than logic and strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 30. Speaker number 31, please.
Hello again, Sherry Fulmer, Cypress parent. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank the board and the hiring committee for hiring Principal Gomez. It's been a very long 6 months for our community, and having Principal Gomez has been just a breath of fresh air, so thank you. Over the past 6 months, we've listened closely to the district's presentations on demographics, legislation, and budget pressures. We fully recognize the need to balance our finances, but we're asking you to do that without closing neighborhood schools or cutting essential services, actions that will only push more families to alternative schools and deepen our enrollment and funding challenges. Financial responsibility and strong neighborhood schools can coexist. A one-size-fits-all staffing model simply doesn't reflect the reality of our campuses, neither the undercrowded nor our overcrowded neighbors to the north. Our campuses differ in student populations, demographics, resources, and need for special programs. We urge the board to choose a better path, commit to strategic long-term planning that accounts for shifting enrollment in elementary through high school, avoid blanket staffing cuts that harm campuses unevenly.
Thank you, speaker number 31. Speaker number 32.
But even if the numbers were conclusive, and they are clearly not, there's a dimension of value that is irreplaceable. We must recognize that the culture and community of SRE are not interchangeable assets. This school is defined by a camaraderie that has been cultivated over decades, anchored by a respected principal who has served our community for nearly 20 years. That stability creates a powerful safety net for our students, particularly for those in special education who rely on consistency. The longevity of our staff creates a safe environment that guarantees student success, making Steiner Ranch Elementary a leader in how to support all students from all backgrounds. Our teachers possess an unwavering commitment to finding solutions for every student, regardless of the challenge they face. They refuse to let any obstacle or difficulty define a child's potential. When you talk about breaking our school apart, you are not just moving facilities, you are dismantling a unique and irreplaceable ecosystem that takes a generation to build and only one vote to eliminate. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 32. Speaker number 33.
Last time I spoke about the hard work that many of our kids and teachers were to regain stability after early COVID years. Now I'd like to speak about what threatens our stability to move forward. Texas's new ESA program begins in 2026-27 school year, shifting public dollars to private options. Families are already weighing those choices. In this moment, the strategy should be retention over reduction, strengthening neighborhood schools, not closing them. A closure doesn't make us more efficient, it makes us less competitive when parents will have more options than ever. And as we've seen, the strong neighborhood schools produce. Vandergrift High School, which is fed directly from Steiner Ranch Elementary, just won the 2024-25 Directors' Cup, recognized statewide for its excellence. The achievement starts in elementary classrooms like ours. Closing this school now would undermine the very foundation of its success. But with creativity and collaboration, we can choose a solution that protects our kids, preserve trust, and keep families here exactly where they want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 33. Speaker number 34.
In uncertain times, the most important thing a school district can do is maintain flexibility and keep options open. Over the past few months, we've heard discussions about what enrollment number should trigger a small school model, and then another number that would trigger potential consolidation. And yet, at the October 30th meeting, we heard a board member express concern that schools could become too big. We have to be very careful here. If we insist on Goldilocks schools that are not too small and not too big, we're designing a system that can't succeed in a world where enrollment is shifting. The only sustainable strategy is a flexible model that can absorb change, not one that collapses when the numbers move. Meanwhile, private and charter schools continue to grow, and they actively market their smaller size as a competitive advantage. If we don't choose to do this, we will lose our flexibility. Keep schools open keeps options open.
Thank you, speaker number 34. Speaker number 35 did not check in, so we're going to go with speaker number 36.
Hello, I'm Christina. I have 3 kids in LISD, and I know you guys have been hit a lot. So I wanted to try to inspire you guys, and I wrote a poem instead. So, before you close Steiner Ranch, I'm asking you to please delay. This building is not just a statistic, it's where children spend their day. Please try open enrollment first. Let families fill those seats. Give time to test new pathways before calling this complete. Because a school is more than walls and desks. It's where confidence begins, where shy kids find their voices, and where lonely kids find their friends. So let's try every option, explore every single door. We owe our children's futures on let's try again, not nevermore. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 36. Speaker number 37, just checking, did not check in. And that concludes our citizen comments for tonight. Board members, we will now move to consent agenda items. Do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second. A motion from Gloria, a second from Sade. All in favor? 7 ayes, motion passes. Next, we will, I don't know why I did that. Next, we will head to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Very excited to bring you great news again from the state UIL marching band competition. CPHS led the way at the 5A level. The Cedar Park High School Wolfpack had a great headline from 6 to 7 as Cedar Park earned their 7th consecutive state championship.
Sorry, I can't help it.
So terrible. We are very excited also that Rouse High School was awarded their 3rd consecutive silver medal in the 5A UIL State Marching Band contest. An additional shout out to finalists from Leander High School who made 6th place and Glen High School who also qualified for the state competition. I said this in our Pathways and Possibilities event last month, but this is now the 2nd year in a row that we've sent all 6 of our comprehensive high schools to the state level. It truly shows that we have one of the best marching band and music education programs in the state of Texas. And so congratulations to Cedar Park High School, to Rouse High School, to Leander High School, to Glen High School as well. We're very excited that last week Vandergrift High School beat Westlake High School 16-14 in a very close competition, and that progressed them to the area round. They are currently playing at the Texas State UFCU Stadium. They started at 7 p.m., so they're just underway versus Brandeis High School. And so we wish them all the best as they continue on their march through the area round competition. Also excited for Cedar Park High School football. They defeated the Tyler Lions last week, 50-43, to progress to their area round. They face Frisco Wakeland tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at Waco Midway Panther Stadium. So all the best to our Cedar Park High School football students. Now, what about those Cedar Park High School volleyball students? Progressed all the way through the playoffs, and they will be competing for the state championship on Saturday at the Curtis Caldwell Center in Garland, Texas at 1 p.m. So if you can make your way up to Garland, we urge you to go and support our Cedar Park High School volleyball players' outstanding performances. We're also very excited this week to be able to reopen the Don 2 Performing Arts Center after its refurbishing. We had a great turnout at the Arts Center at Leander High School, one of the district's 2 performing arts centers. We want to give a huge shout out to our community for approving the May 2023 bond. that allowed this project to be possible. We had performances at this inaugural opening of our LISD elementary choir from all 30 of our elementary schools, our Vista Ridge Saxophone Quartet, and the Leander High School Bluebells. We were also very honored to have members of the TU family in attendance. Events like this are really a true collaboration between our facilities department, our fine arts department, and our school and community relations department. We also have construction scheduled for the South Pack at Cedar Park High School, beginning in summer of 2026. This is our elementary choir from all 30 of our elementary schools that performed. And of course, we had to have a ribbon cutting. The pack has brand new seats throughout the auditorium, as well as new projectors, completely new lighting, and then a new acoustic shell as well. A great tradition in Leander ISD is our Thanksgiving lunches during this week before the Thanksgiving break, and so we were excited to have many of us at Larkspur Elementary today serving turkey. My dog is going to love me tonight when I get home, but thanks to all of the team who stepped up to help out, make sure that our students and our families got to enjoy a little bit of tradition as they head into the Thanksgiving break. I want to spend a little bit of time talking to you about our course selection and academic advising changes for the 26-27 school year. There's a major change coming for families with middle and high school students for the 26-27 year, and it has to do with how, and more importantly, when they select their courses for next year. We are moving the course selection window earlier in the spring semester. Doing so gives students more voice in shaping the course offerings and helps our campuses plan more effectively for staffing. Our counseling teams already do an excellent job guiding families through this process. This year, as we move the timeline forward, families will also see a stronger district presence and more accessible resources to help them navigate these really important decisions for their futures. One example is the webinar we held on Monday night, led by Dr. Binnicker and his Advanced Academics and Pathways team in partnership with the School and Community Relations team. Turnout was significant. We had more than 500 families join in the webinar, which tells us that there's strong demand for clear and timely information. And so this next slide shows a quote from one of our webinar guests. I appreciate the information, resources, and genuine care shared tonight. Your professionalism and warmth reflect a school district truly dedicated to student success and strong family partnerships. I'll dig around the LISD links, connect with our school counselor, and share with others. Thank you so much for sharing this information. The recording and the slides from Monday's webinar have been added to the course selection hub for families to reference throughout this process. And we would like to give a huge shout out to our empowered staff, assistant principals, district administrators, directors, and deans of instruction, as we appreciate them in this week as we head into Thanksgiving. We wish you all a very safe and special holiday with your families. Thank you, Madam President.
Board members, do you have any questions for Dr. Gehring? No? Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Board members, since we have a guest presenter with us this evening, we're going to change the order and start with 8A2, consider approval of the 2024-2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. Tonight we are here for our annual financial report. With us tonight we have Addison Ebarb with Whitley Penn. He's our auditor who will go through a presentation, walk you through the highlights of the audit, and then Ms. Dana Paulson and myself will be here to answer any questions in case Addison has any problem. No, just kidding. Addison will have it all. If there's any questions or specifics to our data, we'll be more than happy to answer any questions. But I will turn the time over to to Mr. Ebar to begin his presentation.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Like Pete said, I'm Addison Ebarb. I was the senior manager on the engagement, so worked closely with Pete and Dana and their team to complete the audit this year. And first off, want to give a shout out to them for the hard work and collaboration that goes into the audit and helping it run as smoothly as an audit can. Right. So tonight we'll go over the results of the FY 2025 audit. We'll start with a few slides about the audit process, the results of the audit, and then take a dive into the numbers, and then end with some required communications. So just to take you kind of through the audit process and the pieces that go into that, we start off with the planning phase, which is biggest part is our risk assessment, and this involves lots of emails looking at preliminary numbers, budgets, and we'll look at another slide, excuse me, of some other ratio analysis and those types of things that we look at, but really just helping us plan our audit procedures for the current year, especially based on any changes that we're seeing within the district. Then next, we take a look at internal controls. We determine if we can rely on those internal controls and if we can reduce risks of material misstatements related to various financial statement areas. Then we move into substantive testing. This is where we obtain sufficient audit evidence to support the numbers that ultimately would go into the financial statements. And this is what people traditionally think of with an audit, tying down to bank statements, invoices, really kind of the nitty-gritty of the audit. And then lastly, that moves us to the opinion, and we'll go over the three options that you can receive in your auditor opinion. So the purpose of the financial statement audit and the single audit both is to receive that auditor opinion. There's three options that you can receive for an auditor opinion. First is the unmodified, or what's typically referred to as the clean opinion that everybody wants on their financial statements. Next would be a modified opinion. This is typically due to a departure from GAAP or some type of scope limitation. And then lastly is the disclaimer opinion, which is really your most adverse opinion, and really saying that we disclaim our opinion from the financial statements. So our areas of focus, and especially in a lot of our control testing and looking at the district's controls, policies, procedures, start with information technology, so IT, and then really look at a lot of the PEMS reporting and all the processes and controls related to that. We do quite extensive control testing and actually test the effectiveness of operating for non-payroll and payroll controls. We'll also do some control testing over other revenues as well as procurement and how those controls ensure compliance related to procurement. And then also any federal specific tests related to our major programs that we've selected for the current year, which we'll go over in a couple of slides on how those are selected. The substantive procedures, as I mentioned, are really the tying down to support and substantiating the numbers that will go onto the financial statements. So start out with analytical procedures and looking at flux and ratio analysis, how it compares to prior years, and looking for any outliers and making sure that we can kind of explain those with either what's going on within the district or possibly just the market in general. And then we will perform some predictive tests, especially in your revenue and expenses to, based on your enrollment or other factors, we can predict what revenue might be and or what it could be, and then compare that to actual. And then vouching, like I said, really looking at bank statements, invoices, any kind of paper nowadays. A lot's electronic, right? But really what you think of supporting those numbers. And then we also confirm with third parties, and so send out confirmations to banks and financial institutions and bondholders to both confirm cash side as well as the debt. And then also use third-party reports from the TEA, Comptroller's payment report, and other TEA payment ledgers. I'm happy to say that Leander ISD did receive an unmodified opinion over the financial statements for this year, and the audit was in accordance with both generally accepted auditing standards and generally accepted government auditing standards, which includes those additional yellow book or government requirements. Also, there were no internal control findings related to financial reporting and no findings related to compliance within the financial reporting. Now I'll go over the preliminary single audit results, and the single audit is the audit that we perform over the federal dollars that are expended. And we are guided by the OMB's compliance supplement that's released each year, and unfortunately, the compliance supplement for 2025 has not officially been released, and obviously the government closure did not help with that timeline. So everything we'll be talking about here is technically in draft form until that compliance supplement is actually released, at which point we'll be able to put our opinion on it. Our major programs for this year were Title II Part A and Child Nutrition Cluster. We did have an unmodified opinion over each of those major federal programs. Unfortunately, within the Child Nutrition Cluster, we did note a material weakness over procurement, and this was just related to procuring services with a vendor over that simplified acquisition threshold. And we did meet with management, and they have developed a corrective action plan and beefed up controls related to the guidance over procurement. Now to look at the financial statement numbers. So for the government-wide financial statements, this really includes both your long-term and your short-term assets and liabilities. So really kind of the overall health of the district when you bring in those long-term assets and liabilities. So the total assets and deferred outflows ended at $2.4 billion for the year ended 6/30/25. And cash investments are main component, or the main components of that are cash and investments, $729 million, capital assets net of accumulated depreciation and amortization, $1.5 billion, and then receivables of $21 million. The total liabilities and deferred inflows ended the year at $2.6 billion. The largest components of that are going to be $2.1 billion for bonds payable, net pension liability of $134 million, and then net other post-employment benefits of $89 million, or OPEB liability. Ending net position was negative $172 million, but I will point out that the net effect with the net pension and OPEB liabilities, which are calculated by the TRS and really are a non-cash liability. So when those are added back, it adds back $217 million to that negative ending net position. So just to take that into account.
Just to add one thing, when you look at, if you think about School First, when they do their calculation, they subtract out the 217 when you look at your net pension piece. So it's like Addison has said, it's strictly a paper entry, just required by GASB, or the Government Accounting Standards Board, sorry.
All right, now to go over the general fund and the budget to actual comparison for the fiscal year. Actual revenues of $442 million were less than final budgeted revenues by just about $6 million, and actual expenditures of $470 million were less than final budget by $12 million. So positive kind of overall effect there. Net other financing sources were $1 million for the year for an overall decrease to fund balance of $27 million. The total ending fund balance for the general fund for fiscal year 2025 was $158 million. We'll go over a few graphs here to compare general fund revenues, expenses, and then the fund balance on the backside. But you can see here is a general fund revenue analysis comparison with the final budget, the actual current year, and the actual prior year there. And then it goes from left to right, a breakdown of your overall totals, and then into your local revenues, so mostly your property taxes and some other small pieces of local revenue. And then state revenue, next largest portion, and then lastly the federal revenue there. Now to look at it as percentages of the total general fund revenue, you can see property taxes, as I mentioned, kind of that local revenue, 74%, 328 million. State aid, that next largest portion, 70% or 16%, excuse me, 70 million. And then moving down to TRS on behalf, which is 6%, and then interest income and other, for a total of 442 million, as we saw on the previous slide. Now to look at the general fund expenditures and again, kind of how those compare to the final budget and the current year actual and the prior year actual. And again, moving from left to right, starting with the overall total and then moving into the different functions of the district and how those expenses are under each function. And the next slide has similar to the revenues, shows that kind of a little better pie chart there of how you can see the percentage, 63% greatest piece there going towards instruction and related services, 7% instructional and school leadership, and then 12% student support services, which I'll point out, is an overall total of 82% of monies expended that are going back to the students and not just under going under general administration or towards maintenance and operations. Now to look at the general fund balance over the last few years, you can see how it compares to the prior years. We did have that decrease in the current year. And then to break it down into the colors there and the different pieces of what make up the general fund balance. Obviously, the largest portion there in red, unassigned fund balance, which ended the year at 99 million, and then the next portion there is going to be assigned, and then which is 58 million, and then committed ended the year at 0 after moving out from assigned from the prior year, and then about $500,000, almost $1 million in non-spendable. And here's a chart showing the general fund assigned and unassigned fund balance as a percent of expenditures, which is always something that TEA is looking at. As you can see, pretty comparative to the prior year. You can see the overall swing over the 5 years, ending there with the 158 million, which is 34% of expenditures. Now I'll go over those additional required communications. So we did issue our engagement letter December 13th, 2024, which was signed. And do want to communicate audit risks that were identified, but I do want to say they're applied to all of our audited entities, and so they're not specific to Leander ISD or anything that we noted. These are standard risks across all of our engagements. And these just include management override or management override of internal controls, and that is why we perform tests over various areas over the internal controls, looking for any chance that management could override those. And then also revenue recognition, so just ensuring that any monies received are recorded properly in the proper period and classified properly. We also had no disagreements or difficulties with dealing with management, and we are independent of the district. The district's accounting policies and methods are appropriate and in accordance with industry standards. As part of our audit, we do review the policies and make sure they're within industry standards and compare those against any TEA guidelines. We did have an implementation of a Governmental Accounting Standards Board or GASB accounting standard this year, and that was GASB number 101 related to compensated absences, and it really changed the way that compensated absence accruals are calculated, estimated, and then ultimately recorded. But based on the district's policies and everything, this did not have a material effect on the financial statements. So, regarding consultations with other accountants, we're not aware of any situations in which management consulted with other accountants on accounting or financial reporting matters, really just meaning a second opinion on these audited financial statements here. that, I'll take any questions.
Board members, do you have any questions? We are speechless. This never happens. No. But thanks. We have no other questions, but thanks for the presentation. I mean, it was pretty thorough. I mean, thank you. Thanks, Pete's team, for working to getting this audit together. We appreciate it. We know y'all are doing some great stuff.
Right. Thank you. So we'll be submitting all this information, of course, to TEA within the time frame that they've allotted. Normally, it is the end of November, but because of the government closed down and the delay in the OMB, they are giving us until January, which to be able to submit the data, and they're also implementing a new audit module. So once that's open, we'll be submitting the information so that it all complies with deadlines and so it doesn't impact our first ratings.
Thank you so much for that update. All right, board members, this is up for a vote, so I will need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2024-2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report as presented.
I second it.
A motion from Nkosi, a second from Trish. Any discussion, board members? All in favor? 7-0, motion passes. Thank y'all so much for all your work on this. We appreciate it. All right, board members, we have a heavy agenda item. So we are going to take a 13-minute break, and it is 7:36. So I'll see you back in 13 minutes. I did 13 because it It is 7:49 p.m. and we have returned from our 13-minute break. Next, we're going to move to 8A1, overview of the long-range planning milestones, pre-K, transfer students, and staffing guidelines. Before we begin, I just want to give a disclaimer, I guess, per se, just to our community and those watching. This is another big, heavy agenda item, and I'm asking for y'all to give us grace right now. This is the time for the 7 of us to meet and discuss this agenda item, and we're trying to work it out as best as we can, and we may say things that sound kind of interesting and weird, but please know we're doing it from a place, not in a wrong place, but we're really trying to work through this out. So just tonight when you see us talking, because this was the intention of this agenda item, is administration gave us some really good, heavy data, and the intention for tonight is for the board to really look into that data and have a discussion in the public so then we can figure out our next steps. I know there's a lot of false rhetoric going on right now, but I'm going to be honest with you. What y'all see tonight is what you're going to get. No decisions have been made because the intention of this whole process is for the board to talk about it in open session. So with that said, Jeremy, Rachel, take it away.
Thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board. Dr. Gearing, we are here tonight to provide an overview from the long-range planning and those milestones that we went over a couple meetings ago. Primarily tonight, we're going to talk about pre-K enrollment and transfer student enrollment and also some staffing guidelines as well. And that's why I'm joined by Rachel Mackey here to navigate this conversation. Much like many of these presentations, one of the goals administratively we try to do is try to tell a story and thread these topics together. And so we do our best. And with that, a lot of times you'll see that these topics are not mutually exclusive. They're kind of tied together in different ways. So our goal tonight is to really push through and go through all 3 of these different categories. And then we want to entertain your questions, and hopefully we have the best answers that we can generate. We do have some other team members in the room to help navigate some of these so y'all can get the in-depth conversation that you want. And you did mention that no decisions have been made. Tonight's about a conversation around data, about context, and some future potential implications that surround some of the milestones in long-range planning. And the important step that we did take as a district is on September 30th, the board adopting a resolution regarding financial sustainability and long-range planning. And I'm going to point out one of those, be it resolved statements about establishing criteria around the topics we're going to talk about tonight, around transfers and pre-K enrollment, and when that ties to potential consolidations or at least the conversation. That should lead into some criteria that establishes thresholds. And one being when low enrollment staffing models are generated, and then potentially when consolidation may be considered. So 3 of those topics we're going to talk about tonight in this presentation. So I'll bring us to the timeline with the milestones. We're going to talk about, again, those 3 topics, but there are other things that we're going to talk about in future meetings coming up to kind of set the stage. But tonight we're going to concentrate on those 3 starred topics. So we want to set the stage just from an enrollment standpoint, looking at current elementary enrollment and a breakdown. Why I call it a breakdown is we've talked about elementary enrollment in so many different ways, but we use large numbers. And so now we want to take that large number of campus enrollment and break that down to some different populations. And so when we look at making decisions, understanding the context, we want you to have all the data that we can put in front of you. So we have the next 3 slides are a breakdown of elementary campus enrollment as of 10/31/2025. And so looking at our enrollment download, you'll see there are 2 bars per elementary. So we have all 30 of the elementary schools identified within the next 3 slides. 2 bars, the bar on the left is showing the students that are zoned, geocoded, zoned to that campus. They live in that attendance boundary. But then that's not always the students that go to that school. And so that's represented in the bar to the right, the attends. So we can look at the Aiken Elementary, the first one out the gates, that you'll see the blue bar represents kind of that K through 5 net. And then we bring out the transfer students in that are transferring into that campus, and that's in the yellow. And then we have our early education and pre-K identified in gray. And so you can see between the bars that there's changes, right? We have our early education communities involved in there. And so this is just an overview. I'm not going to go campus by campus. There's just a lot of data, a lot of numbers. I will put a pin in this because this is going to become more important as we get to the later half of this presentation. So I do want to set, that's what this is, to look at the data just a little bit different, not just a whole number. So then we're going to focus in on that pre-K data point, but we're going to refer to it as early childhood. And why we're going to refer to it as early childhood. Early childhood is kind of an umbrella program that encompasses pre-K3, pre-K4, our early childhood special education. It's every one of those students in the 3 to 5 year range prior to entering kindergarten. And so looking at those three categories, pre-K3, 417 students, pre-K4, 1,068 students, and then early education EE, which is 153. So what's included in the EE number, that early education, those are pre-K aged students, 3 to 5, that qualify for early childhood special education, but they don't qualify for pre-K. Also, within this category are some of the walk-ins that come to our campus and receive speech services or AI/VI services. And so this kind of captures everything out of those just qualified pre-K students. Within pre-K3 and pre-K4, there are students that qualify for pre-K and also receive special education services within those numbers. So we're not pulling those out separately, they're included in those. So then we go by each one of our early education communities. That's the next two slides going through these. And we just organized it by pre-K3, pre-K4, that EE early education, and then just a total number of students that are attending that elementary school within our early education category. You'll see a lot of asterisks and a lot of stars and all kinds of footnotes all over this slide, but it's important because of the different variables that are within our pre-K3 and our pre-K4. We have Head Start program in which those students are assigned to Nauman Elementary, our walk-in services, and our ECSE 3-year-olds. So I'll get to some of these details in a minute, but you can see here are our totals, 417 pre-K3 students, 1,068 pre-K4s, and 153 in that EE program for a total of 1,638 students in early childhood education across the entire district within these communities. Now I want to explain a little bit about what an early childhood community means, like what's involved there. A lot of times we just think that it's pre-K3 and pre-K4 or just pre-K4. There's so many other things that are involved because once you deploy a pre-K program at a campus, there's other things that come with it. And that's kind of what we tried to lay out at the bottom of this slide, that it's not just classrooms for pre-K3 or classrooms for pre-K4. Within that, you have students that qualify for special education services potentially, and that could require additional spaces. And so your classrooms assigned to general education pre-K could grow depending on the needs and the services that those students may require. So that's just what's important when we think if we could just move pre-K communities around. It's much more involved because there's some other programs involved within those campuses potentially. And again, that changes. So real quick, ECSE, Early Childhood Special Education, that's within the early childhood program. That defines the services that they're provided, but within that early education, we have ELE, which is early learning environment, and then we have our early structured learning environment. And so ELE is that program that happens in a general education pre-K classroom, and so we have our peer models within that classroom. And then ESLE is a more structured environment for some of those students that may have additional needs based on their IEP. And then we look at a map in really small text. But here what we're trying to do in PASA from the demographic report we wanted them to focus on pre-K and what it looks like. What this map really indicates is how many pre-K 3 and pre-K 4s are in our zoned in the different elementary schools across the district. And you'll see that every single elementary school has pre-K students in their attendance zone. So our pre-Kers are spread out across the district, some with more, some with less, but it's a distribution across the entire district. And then we go to a similar map, but then we look at our communities. This identifies our early education communities and how many pre-Kers are attending those communities. And you'll see this is a heat map, right? So you'll go from the lighter in the south to the Tarvin in the brighter red or burgundy to represent how many students as a percentage of enrollment.
I just want to clarify right here that these are eligible pre-K students who are actually enrolled in the district. These
Absolutely.
are not pre-K age students who might reside in that attendance zone. There's a big difference between those two things. That's why these numbers are as small as they are.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Thank you. And then this may look familiar based on what we receive from PASA in our typical demographic update and report. We look at a transfer matrix for all of our transfers in the district, but this is focused primarily on pre-K to see the mobility of our pre-K students from one campus to the next, depending on those communities and approximate location, et cetera. It's just, again, what we're trying to do is pull out data and take a look at it in different ways so we can see some of that mobility. And board members, this may look familiar as, when we had that presentation by PASA to look into the methodology behind demographics, we had some questions just around pre-K and early childhood. And are the pre-K years staying with us? And so what this represents is on average, it's 81% of our pre-K students remain enrolled in Leander ISD 1 year later, and then that averages out to 61% after 5 years. Just understand that there is natural mobility across all grade levels in a district. Students move out, et cetera. And so this represents that. But I think the most important one is the 81%. So immediately following that pre-K year, those students are enrolling in kindergarten in our district. And so we're able to retain those. And I think it speaks to the model that we have currently in place for our early childhood program, and them finding a place within our campuses.
I have a question regarding that slide. Do I wait for you to be done? Okay.
No, we'll be ready though. Okay, so then we get to the new early childhood center going in the northern part of our district, and just looking at a general understanding of the catchment area for that facility. Approximately 547 students are projected to enter those doors when it opens in August of 2026. An important thing to consider when you open any facility, especially something like this, is that just engaging our families and then communicating with those and understanding where 3 and the 4-year-olds are going to attend EC, and not just their neighborhood school. That communication is important in what we're engaged in. Also staff transitions. And so when we have early childhood communities, we do have staff that instruct those children on those campuses. And so we have a couple of different plans that we're working with as we transition from a community to the early childhood center to make sure that our staff have choices that they can make. I think when you do have choices, it's always a benefit to a staff member. And then we understand our existing campuses. In the north, we have a lot of early childhood students, but understanding what happens after ECC opens. What does that do to our enrollment in the surrounding areas and those campuses? But also being ready and understanding if we do see more students come to register for pre-K, then we have to understand what kind of movement we would make, what kind of decisions we would make if we needed to adjust things. And so that's all the planning that's going into ECC right now as we prepare for that facility to open at the beginning of next school year. Okay, so now we're going to transition. That's That's our early childhood data point and context. Now we're going to go into transfer students. If you remember, they were still identified within those stacked bar charts as a category just to understand what that means. But I want to start with the Gantt chart to show where we are in the process of transfers. Obviously, we have our intra-district transfers that we've had for quite a while, but now we are introducing the open enrollment, which introduces inter-district transfers coming from outside our boundaries. And so we do have a platform that we're in implementation process right now, and that will serve both intra and inter-district transfers. We're developing a landing page, so we have all the communication, all the data and resources that our transfer parents need. And you can see in the gray bars we have some steps ahead of us, right? And communication, but also the windows. Like, when is this actually going to happen in the spring? When can our community and the communities outside this district expect to be able to apply for those? And so I will tell you that this is an evolving timeline. We could adjust here and there given some feedback and other details that we establish moving forward. But we want you to understand kind of what that timeline looks like. And then we have our traditional transfer matrix from population survey analysts, our demographer. And so this came straight from the demographic report that we saw a couple weeks ago. You can see there's an incredible amount of mobility in our district with our current zone students moving from campus to campus. But I think it just speaks to the choice that our parents do have and that our students do have, and we're able to accommodate that. But with every transfer that goes out of a campus, that means they're going into another campus, and it's impacting their enrollment in some way. And this is a chart that Brian Miller provided you several months ago when we're just looking at transfers. It just shows our ins and outs by campus and by program as a percentage of enrollment. And so you can see our dual language, those are our big yellow bars that those students are attending the dual language programs at a different campus. But again, this is just a way to see, are more students leaving, or are more students coming in? And if so, why are they doing this? This breaks it down by program to better understand why those students are moving from campus to campus. Okay, and then we transition. This is the last subject, and then we'll get to the questions and dig in a little deeper. But from a staffing guideline standpoint, if you remember, within the resolution, there was the need to establish thresholds. And first step in doing this is staffing guidelines. We spoke about staffing guidelines needing to be updated not only from a low enrollment staffing guideline, but also the higher end of our staffing ratios. And so this is the culmination of a couple months of work, and Rachel and our HR team and also our campus leaders, department leaders, all involved in a cycle of feedback to establish the guidelines that you're going to see today. They were engaged with data that we've seen from outside sources with TASB and other district staffing guidelines, just really to update those and get what that means to a campus. Those were drafted, and we re-engaged those campus leaders, and then we shared prioritization and draft guidelines with the district executive leadership team. And that's what you're going to see today, following all that feedback. And this screen is better than that screen. We need to remember not to use this shade of yellow when we highlight cells. But what we're going to do is we kind of flip the order here, and we're going to start the guidelines from over 1,000 students and work our way all the way down to 1. But highlighted in yellow are the changes from the current guidelines. And you'll see those in a couple of different areas. When we look at primarily with 1,000 and more, it's administrative, the additional assistant principal and counselor, but also you see that half-time office assistant to help manage that size of enrollment on an elementary campus. We currently don't have any campuses at this ratio, but we have operated many elementary schools over 1,000, unfortunately, but we're in a really good place right now that we're not having to go to this ratio. And then you'll see 850 to 999 That's introducing, again, an additional assistant principal and counselor. And one thing I'll represent that our old staffing guidelines had basically what you see from 500 to 849, it was 1 to 849, had the exact same staffing guideline. And so when we see some of these campuses trending lower to the lower enrollment, that's what's triggered some of these conversations. And what we see tonight is just the same type of look into what could be done that was even shown on May 29th in that presentation of considerations for low enrollment schools, that this is just a revised rendition of that with additional feedback from our campus and department leaders. And so you'll see what happens. The first threshold, the first phase 1, you can see the changes there. But remember, we started with most of those positions at 1, and so the natural progression is to reduce those to 0.5s. And so that's what you'll see shaded in yellow, looking at librarian, receptionist, and registrar. But I'll draw your attention to the 2 with 2 asterisks. And what that allows is some principal discretion based on the need on their campus to see how to best utilize those 2 positions across those specials areas. And so I think that was mostly based on the feedback from our principal, just needing a little bit of discretion given the needs that they may have on their campus. And then phase 2 is looking from 1 to 399 students, so below that 400 level, and you can see significant decreases here from 1 to 0.5 in most areas above that line. And so you'll see that's assistant principal 0.5, counselor, instructional coach, again, librarian, receptionist, and registrar. And so that's the biggest difference right there. And obviously, we as a district haven't ventured into this area before. And so it's a difficult conversation to have. I don't think anyone would represent that these conversations were anywhere near easy. I know they're difficult, Rachel and her team, having to even take this feedback. And I also want to acknowledge that even seeing this on a slide is pretty difficult for our campus leaders, but also our staff that may be seeing this for the first time. And we want to acknowledge that, unfortunately, given the challenges ahead of us and some of what changes we may need to make, this is just what had to be explored and what came out of those conversations. But please know it's not easy. And so I want our campus leaders and our department leaders and our staff to know that we're going to continue to engage with them, to help them along the way, to support them in having conversations around what this could mean as we cross these different phases of staffing guidelines.
Before you go on, can you please speak a little bit to phase 1 and phase 2 boundaries and how we got to those numbers? So one is 500 and one is 400 essentially. Can you please just speak to what that means exactly at this point of the conversation and how we got here and why we're putting that up here tonight?
Absolutely. I don't think that any of us could find an ideal cutoff for any of this, but we did look at our surrounding districts and districts like us, as well as the TASB recommendations that they provide annually about what they're seeing across the state. And so we fell on the 400 and 500 thresholds or phases based on looking at what other people have done or what TASB had looked at. And so, like I said, I don't think anybody is super thrilled about them, but it's something that we feel like we can work through and try to support if that's the direction we end up going.
Yeah, and so I want to just point out that we had to have a number in order to create this illustration and this scenario, but that number has not been finalized or necessarily decided on yet. That's something that, based on this conversation tonight and then going forward, we are open to further conversation about. It was very difficult to create a scenario that really was concrete enough to examine without having to pick some numbers. So We haven't established thresholds yet. That's future work for the board, as Jeremy pointed out in the timeline, which is why we've called these phase 1 and phase 2 for staffing guidelines specifically. And we've been very careful about the fact that that still has to be vetted. It still has to be processed with our community some, and the board will have to make some final direction on what that looks like before we can go forward.
I think some other context, if we're trying to think of what 400 looks like in an elementary campus, if we take a K through 5 campus on an average of 22 per classroom, you're looking at about 3 sections per grade level, just like if you averaged them out across the entire thing. So we think about that and we start thinking about PLCs and we start thinking about duties and assignments and things and the student experience and staff experience, that's what it would look like. But understand that not all grade levels are exactly the same. And so once you start getting to that 3, you could have some variations there. And so, but for context purposes, that's kind of what it would look like across an elementary campus. And also just understand that this wouldn't necessarily mean there's a bunch of half-time people, operating in this campus. And so I think there's some opportunities given skills of certain employees and their strengths that they may be able to combine some of these into a single FTE. Just again, so many different dynamics on each campus. But okay, so now I put a pin in all the bar charts for all the campuses. Now what we've done is embedded the staffing guidelines phase 1 and phase 2. So now you can see between that 500 and 400 number, between the green line and the red line, you can see where some of our campuses lie. And you can see some of them lie, say, Baghdad in the middle, with who's zoned is right in between. But with the transfers in the pre-K, they're well above that staffing guideline. And so this is that visual understanding. If we moved programs, then what kind of implications may that have on a certain campus, given where they sit with enrollment? And so we have all the campuses that we went through again. You can kind of see where everyone is kind of sitting within those guidelines, and those that are below that guideline, given their transfers and program needs. So this is the visual that we were hoping that would help create context for some of the discussions and possibly future decisions. So what is the next steps now that we presented all this information to you? We don't just leave this information and not have it lead into different future conversations. So staffing guidelines need to be finalized, and staffing guidelines lead to a lot of different things. As we get our grade level projection enrollment, and then that leads into staffing for campuses. These are incredibly important in order for us to do just that, which goes into and ties into budget as well. But then you saw on that timeline that there's still the establishment thresholds. Thresholds still need to be established. Again, threshold 1 triggers low enrollment staffing model adjustments. And then threshold 2 would trigger review for potential consolidation. And so what we're presented to you is staffing guidelines, phase 1 and 2, not necessarily thresholds. That will be needed to discuss at the next meeting. And then lastly, explore mitigation strategies. And so once a campus drops below that first threshold, what mitigation strategies may be possible? What strategies may we identify and discuss in order to mitigate that campus from moving toward that second threshold and dropping below there? That's what the mitigation strategies are for, and that could match the staffing guidelines. It may not, but it allows a little bit of time in order to try to mitigate that declining enrollment. And there it is in the timeline. Those are the 2 subjects that are kind of next up on our progress timeline right here. Reminder, no decisions have been made at this time. We're here at a discussion, just talk about 3 different subjects tonight. And so we welcome any questions. We'll answer them the best we can. Thank you for your patience.
All right, board members, I know we got lots of questions, so we're going to share the mic. So Laura, since you are our very first board member, you get to kick us off.
All right, thank you. I do like that we're moving in the direction of transparency, some objectivity, and I think that that's really helpful. This is a little bit specific, but something that I think would be helpful on slide, for me at least, on slide, where is it? 23. I would find it very helpful to have this slide, but only for pre-K. So knowing the reason for transfer within pre-K. Is it parent choice? Is it staff? Is it SPED? There's a lot of transfers within our pre-K population. And so I think for me, it would be helpful to know why as we're thinking about pre-K and how we best serve pre-K students in the district, what that looks like for enrollment, that kind of thing. So that's not really a question, but just a...
Yeah, I think it's kind of a hybrid between this matrix and in that chart, right? Because, some are just transferring because that community doesn't have pre-K 3, right? And so then they have to go to this other community that has pre-K 3. So there's quite a bit of mobility you'll see there. And so we can work on trying to identify some of that additional information that may help inform you.
Yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
As we're looking at these staffing guidelines and the different phases, you mentioned, Jeremy, that broadly, if we're saying there's 450 students, right? We're saying between K through 5, we're looking at maybe, 2 to 3 classes in each grade, but we know the distribution varies, right? Mm-hmm. When I look at the PASA report, when I look at our numbers that you sent, we see very clearly at some of our schools that kindergarten, we see the size of the classes, right? Our largest class is 5th grade, gets a little smaller in 4th grade, gets a little smaller in 3rd, gets way smaller in kindergarten and 1st grade. And we know that those are just gonna move through the system, just like we saw in the PASA report. Do we have, in these staffing guidelines, what are we thinking about when, like, kindergarten is one class? How does that impact, like, the PLC and all of those pieces? But maybe it's still falling within our staffing guideline of phase 1 because they're over in 4th and 5th grade, right? How does that impact? And I don't know if that's maybe a Chris Clark question about, like, I'm thinking about PLCs and that distribution of responsibilities. If we have 1 kindergarten teacher or 2 kindergarten teachers, what are the impacts for the staff? What are also the impacts for our PLC and the educational opportunities for those students?
Yeah, I mean, in general, a team of 1 is not a team, right? That's like tennis. So what principals will tell you is it is more challenging. Our teachers are working really hard to overcome small numbers and collaborate. I think our principals are getting really creative at pairing across campuses, pairing K and 1 teachers together. So there's some creativity to overcome that, but it does create more challenge, I guess, in terms of the small number of teachers. Yeah.
Slide 26. I just need some clarification because it sounds like when y'all were presenting to us that you're looking for direction from the board as far as a threshold. Like, I'm trying to figure out where you're wanting direction. Like, are you wanting the board to ask to say, hey, we want you to look at a certain number? Like, I'm trying to understand what y'all are wanting from us. Like, is this a final guideline? Yeah, like, that's what I'm trying to understand, because the reason why I'm going with that, the way I perceived y'all's presentation was that this could change, and I want to just clarify of that, because I know our principals have been giving feedback on this a lot, and I would hate for the board to go and unwind that feedback. So can you give me some better clarification what you're looking for from the board in regards to this chart?
I will say that staffing guidelines are important because it begins to frame possible thresholds. Because one thing with staffing guidelines is that after all the work, we have these, but also in establishing thresholds, this may lead to thresholds, but we want to be able to have that conversation next time. And thresholds may vary from this, especially that second threshold, but we still have this that we have to go by just from a staffing standpoint, right? But from a threshold conversation, it may vary, it may align perfectly, but we need to have that conversation next time. And just understand that there needs to be a delta, typically between thresholds, to allow mitigation strategies. And I couldn't tell you exactly what that delta needs to be, but traditionally a gap helps in those efforts. And so this is kind of a start. It may lead directly into thresholds, but right now it's from a staffing guideline, this is what we need to lean in on.
No, I appreciate that. What I was trying to avoid is having the board go in and start making our own staffing guidelines, because that is not our lane. And so I just wanted to get that out of the way and make sure, because I was going to stop it right there.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say, is this will be an administrative decision, but we want this to help inform y'all's decisions.
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate that.
My question's on this slide. So when it comes to the PE teacher, fine arts teacher in yellow, where you have the number 2, like 2 teachers. So right now in elementary for fine arts, they have art and performing arts. So you're saying that between PE, performing arts, and art, that they'll figure out how to have 2 teachers do that and still cover the TEKs?
Yes.
Okay. And quick one. My other question is very similar to Gloria's, but with respect to early childhood, which is we have a lot of campuses. So when we look at, what is it, slide 7 and 8 or 6 and 7, where we have early childhood. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, yeah, that one. Well, yeah, that was, sorry, keep going. It's the next one. Keep going. I think it's 12, 13 then. Yeah. Yeah, this one, yeah, 12, 13. So we have it spread out across several campuses. So as a result, you have pre-K collaborations or pre-K teams that are small, or class sizes that are small. And so I was just wondering, not necessarily identifying schools, but looking at whether it's the similar discussion that we're having with elementary, where you have smaller collaboration teams, whether we should be looking at some point further consolidating these into, say, I'm just going to throw out a wild number, 6 or 7 campuses. And yeah, and then let us know if that's more effective for student learning, for teacher collaboration, and also for cost efficiency.
I like that, Sade. Nkosi, you're up.
Let's see, slide 20, slide 22, I believe, is it 22? Just had a question here. This includes, well, I think I know the answer, and so I have a request, but this includes transfers, this includes pre-K as well on this slide. I'd love to see the transfers without pre-K. And so really just disaggregate this slide for all the parent choice, like all the different, I think in the next chart you have the color-coded bar graph, maybe just a separate matrix for each one of these categories. And then obviously the next step is I'd love to understand that parent choice and disaggregate that and really understand why parents are choosing to move different schools. So that's just one piece. And then the last piece, just to piggyback on Sade, I had a question at the 12 and 13. It's just and just the pre-K, like understanding the programmatic intentionality around that and understand like what's our goal, and very similar to like, is it to consolidate, like what is our vision around pre-K and potential consolidation and creating the hubs.
Can I add to your thing, Nkosi? I like where he's going with this. But you know, in regards to parent choice, I'd be curious to see we know some of these campuses have like the Leader in Me program. I'd be curious to see if some of these campuses, what special programs they have like that, and if that is driving their transfer rate to go up because of this special program that they have. I'm just wondering, because I know there's quite a few.
Yes. Some of what we've heard is that they actually apply to transfer. If the students have had their early childhood at that campus, then they just want to stay. Sometimes that's what the transfer is.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Chris.
There's like 4 different questions I was trying to respond to. I don't want to speak out of turn. The vast majority of these transfers, though, like when you look at Baghdad, where it's dual language. That's what most of our elementary transfers are about. Now there are more than one-off, but smaller numbers of transfers where it's just parent choice. There is a phenomenon that has played out at a few of our schools where they go to a school for early childhood and then choose to stay there K through 5. Deer Creek is one that comes to mind. There might be a couple other ones. That one is one that is a little more significant, but the vast majority of these are dual language. Pre-K transfers in general are mostly because their campus is not a community. The whole purpose of the community, to answer your question, and Aaron Garner is here, but the whole purpose of the community is to allow that, because when you look at this data broken out by zones, you end up with a lot of schools with one pre-K teacher, and that ends up being what you were just talking about, Gloria. So maybe as the hubs get smaller, it is better to consolidate. I'm really interested to see how the ECC plays out and having a campus full of early childhood and what that looks like, and is that something worth exploring further? Or is it just larger hubs? Space is always an issue. Like Jeremy said at the beginning, you can't just open up a pre-K. You can, but in theory, then if you have a student in pre-K 4, you have one class, and then the student qualifies for special services, and we don't have an early childhood special ed teacher. We have to then move the kid, and that's hard on a 4-year-old. So there are some core programs that all go together and to make sure we can serve students properly, which goes back to our philosophy and the whole reason for the communities to begin with, if I think that answers your question. There might have been another question in there. I can't remember if I answered.
Just an observation too is that because essentially it's a closed system, when you move students from one campus to another, you do something to this receiving campus, but you also do something to this existing campus. And so in that closed system, you have to be very thoughtful about what are the impact of moving students campus to campus.
I want to just, I need to piggyback off that because, let me address what you just said, Dr. Gehring, because I think some of the issues I've had in this process is that we know pre-K enrollment varies year to year. And we've seen campuses where we have low enrolled pre-K for that year, and we're having to move a teacher or a class off. And so this family or this teacher now is in the beginning of the year having to move. And so with us knowing on slide 18 that 61% of pre-K kids remain in LISD, I'm trying to understand why we're so against at making an ECC hub model in the central and south central side, because we know if we can get these students in, they're going to come. And this board's been asking for us to be innovative and to try different things. This ECC hub that we're doing in the north is something we've never done. It's innovative. It's giving parents that full-on, early childhood education. We have parents as teachers there. I mean, it is going to be something we've never done before. And so I'm trying to understand the resistance at having these like hubs per se, so we can try to, one, bring some stability to the system, so we won't have these campuses where it's like, this year you have 72 pre-K kids, next year it's 52, now you're in this phase 2 model. Like, I'm trying to understand, like, are we gonna try to get to the same model we're doing in the north so we can see some of this innovative program we're asking for, but also, I mean, it says 61% of our pre-K students remain in LISD. We should really be focusing on this. So can you help me understand, is this the direction we see our district going, or do the board need to give you direction to say, hey, we want to see some hubs, like actual ECC models?
Well, I was just going to say that I think it's a reasonable ask, right, to understand you've had this model for quite a while. And so understanding what are the implications of doing that, right? We can see in the north, right? We we have a lot of campuses that are going to need some relief, and so this ECC is going to provide that. That's one purpose that the ECC can provide. And then there's other things, like you mentioned, if you brought that to the central and the south. But we always want to identify what are those downrange impacts. And so when you do that, we need to understand that what's that going to look like on all the existing communities as we're seeing stabilized and declining enrollment. And so it's not a bad exploration, but we do know that there probably be some downrange implications. We just need to know those.
Along those lines, that's why I don't know that there's resistance. I think I'm curious to see how it plays out in the north, because what I just described happens at Deer Creek because they get dialed into that school and they're connected. So when we pull it at a separate place and then they have to make a transition, let's see how that impacts overall enrollment. It's just, I'm not saying that will or won't happen. I think it's as we open the Early Childhood Center, look at all the deltas and the pluses that go along with it.
I agree. I mean, as a parent, whose child did do ELE, we did not go to our home campus, so I came back. But we do have students in the north who are not, where Parkside goes to Giddens. That is a complete different feeder pattern. So, I mean, we have parents already in our district, a lot of them who are not in that same feeder pattern, who are going back to their home campus. I would like to explore it just because I think it's a great thing. And I think early education is one of my things, y'all know, but if the data supports that these students are going to stay in our system and this board's looking for innovative ideas, I would really like to see it. I'm not saying we need to go for it, but I really would like to explore that option.
Honestly, I'm very interested in it because I gave you some reasons that could be a challenge, but on the flip side, it's almost like when I sent my daughter to 6th grade, I was really nervous about her being around 8th grade boys. So if you have a 3 and 4-year-old, are you nervous about them being in a school with 5th graders? I think parents do have that perspective. So there is something magical about a school full of 3 and 4-year-olds, and then you add parents as teachers into the mix. You can specialize. It's a real different feel, and the way we're staffing the ECC is going to, I think, make a difference. So I'm not saying good, bad, one way. I think it's worth exploring and learning as we open up the ECC.
I will weigh in a little bit, though, because, yes, the learning model we're very excited about, but a big reason that we decided on the Early Childhood Center in the north was to provide relief for our over-enrolled northern campuses, which it's clearly going to do. So if you were to go to slide 27, if you could, and just pick, say, Cox Elementary or Giddens Elementary, and if you were to open an ECC, that would take those pre-K students off of Cox Elementary and Giddens Elementary, and now suddenly you have a different enrollment problem at that elementary school. And that's what I'm talking about in a closed system. When you create enrollment here, you also lose enrollment somewhere else. And so you have to be very thoughtful, is all I'm saying. I'm a huge proponent of early childhood and putting them in one place together because of the collaboration that can happen there and the learning that can happen there. I just want us to be very thoughtful about where and how we do that.
Yeah, but we also have to consider the impact of small sizes and also just, when I say small sizes that are happening right now in pre-K environments and how that is impacting student learning and the teacher efficiency and the costs as well. So yeah, it might not be an entire center, but I think we still need to look at the hubs with those at least 3 metrics, like student learning, teacher collaboration, and then the cost efficiency, because that's also very important.
Yeah,
that makes sense to me.
I agree.
Okay, share the mic. It's Trish's turn.
I don't know, Trish. Anyone else have questions? I'm just kidding. Go, Trish.
Tell Anna to share the mic. Yeah. No, those are all really good questions. I almost wonder if we need more pre-K as a special item later to dig into it more. Slide 26. And I'm just going to use this as my illustration that prompted me. So just, there's not a question here. It's my first intro, which is that when I look at this and I look at phase 2, I know that some of our principals have seen this, and I know there's some angst about how this impacts. And when I look at this, what this tells me is Right now, what our district is doing is saying, assuming we're all going to do the same traditional model, we're all going to do the same type of educational system, all the districts, this is how we have to move forward based on what we've worked with right now. Now, I understand there could be tweaks, and there's no decisions made, but this is just a starting point in the conversation. What I'm wondering is, though, when you get to that phase 1, and when we're talking about later for triggers and mitigation, or phase 2, do we then allow principals to have an opportunity to talk about what else they could do besides the traditional model? Do they get input into that? What if they stack classes? Like when Anna and I and Bruce went up to
Capel, right?
Yeah,
Capel ISD.
Capel.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
I love
and
that
and
place.
they're I don't know, I'm mispronouncing it. But you know, we kind of saw kids based on skill level. And there was really some powerful learning that was happening in that environment. It looks a little different though, right? Because maybe your first grader and a second grader might be paired together. But that would also be a way where you could still keep your PLCs, but think outside the box. What about if, you know, you look at a magnet program, you pull out something, then maybe you don't need the certain specials because this is one school that you're really focusing on the magnet. I'm just curious about that. And so then, that's just my thought. I got to thinking, okay, so what is really happening then? Like when I look at this, I'm like, okay, our numbers are this, so let me see what's happening with our phase 1 and phase 2 campuses, right? And so I'm getting my paperwork out. And so I can't ask a whole lot more questions unless I figure something out. So I hope you can help me. And I didn't even notice this issue until I was just sitting here and you were talking about it. When I look at the numbers we have here for current, they're going to be different from the current numbers in PASA. So when you show me, and we see like the map of like what ECC does to the trajectory of the campus, well, the numbers are different. When you look at current, I would like to know, is there a way where we could really see, based on the current trends or the current things, what happens with an ECC? Because I'll give you 2 examples. Aiken's a good one. Aiken right now shows a capacity at 884 is the current capacity, but it's not at 884. It's 8. What is it? 8. I'm sorry, the line's right there. Is it 812? So there's like a whole classroom difference on Aiken from what this graph says is currently in there versus what we're saying. But then when I look at like Blockhouse Creek is sitting there at, well, it's at 412 in attends. But the model says it's at 496. 496 and 2526, right? No, yeah, 2526. So you see what I'm saying is the numbers that we have that's current are not matching, like when we start seeing these campuses come into place, what really our projections are going to be. And I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure out why this is important to me is because I'm curious about enrollment balancing, which is, you know, when we have these districts that are projected to go really high, is it possible? And I know consolidation, we're talking about families and students, and that is, we love our neighborhood schools, but we also have to figure out how to make good use of our resources. I know when we talk about zoning, people don't want to move either. We love our neighborhood schools, but we still have to use our resources. And so I'm still figuring this out. If I look at, you know, Aiken that was going to be projected high, and assuming those numbers are somewhat accurate, we can get through there later, could they go to Blockhouse Creek? Which when I look at Blockhouse Creek is like only 13 below being phase 2. But again, when I look at our PASA numbers, I have a challenge because Blockhouse Creek actually shows me, you know, at over, you know, 58 and 59% of the capacity. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to put these together, and I'd like to figure out how we're able to really have a number that we all agree on of what's really happening, so we can be consistent with the projections. And really kind of weigh into because that might be a question, that is going to be a question I'm going to ask is, can we strategically rezone some of these really large campuses? Is there a way to help give relief and actually help our schools that are right there on a line that may be in a phase 2 category, and it could move them right up to a phase 1.
Can I get clarification? Trish, are you looking at this one we got? Is this K through 5 only?
Pre-K as well.
Pre-K is on
are in
here
those
because it does
projections.
say on here K through 5 up at the top. That's why I'm curious.
So, so your numbers include pre-K. It's K through
Okay,
5
that's what I need.
pre-K,
Thank
and then
you.
you have your net transfers.
Okay.
Just remember, it's a great observation because this is why demographics are difficult. And what we tried to set up, and I'll take us back to May 29th real quick, as we looked at those charts, we had 3 different categories of data. We had our current enrolled, and then we had, and we will have soon from PASA, then we have our grade level projections, which go, that gets very granular. But beyond next year, it's only resident students. Why? Because you have 132 pre-Kers at Baghdad this year. Well, you may not have that in 2 years, 3 years. And so beyond next year, into 27, we have to utilize the resident projections that PASA provides. And that's where it becomes difficult because it's the only way to do long-range planning is to utilize projections based on the geocoded students, because this scenario you're seeing right here will not be the same next year.
Sure.
Because we just don't know what parents are going to choose. Because you see there's a lot of transfers. We don't know that 170 will be in dual language at Baghdad. It may be 120 next year, depending on how many 5th graders roll up. And so that's the challenge that we have, and that's kind of how we've been trying to set up data, is once we get out past 1 year, we need to utilize PASA's projections. And it's not I wish we could do this for every year for the next 10 years. It would just not be reliable enough.
I guess,
Trish,
yeah.
I have a question, just based on what you just said. I just want to clarify what you just asked. So using this slide where it says Blockhouse Creek,
Yeah.
so 462 and 39. So does that mean that those kids are the zone kids that you first of all apply in your currently zoned school, and then you transfer?
Yes.
And so it's a 501 when you add those two, early childhood and K through 5. So there are 501 Blockhouse Creek zoned students that have registered at their current campus. And then all, because they don't have pre-K on campus, all those 39 are somewhere else. And then some of the zoned students have also transferred out. And so finally, who's attending is 437. So even though PASA said 496, it's 501.
I'm sorry,
It would be if there's no transfers, there's nothing,
Yeah,
everyone just
so
went to the
zoned
campus.
kids is 501. That's 462 plus 39. That's who registered, the zoned students that registered at Blockhouse. And then early childhood is out because it's not on campus. And then some of the K through 5 students, 20-something of them, transferred out.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know. And I'm not saying either number is like wrong. I'm
Right.
saying when we're going, like at some point, I could project that when we're talking about an elementary school, maybe 31 or 32,
Yeah.
we're going to want to know how does that impact these numbers. And when we're looking at such a variation where we're going to have schools that could go down below that phase 2 by moving in an ECC or by moving in a 31 or by moving in a 32. If we're going to start pulling schools way far down, how do we balance on these projections, right? Because we're also trying to address some of the students who are we talked about that, we were going to look at students in over-enrolled campuses. And I would like to see, does the board even, and we'll continue on the conversations, think that at some point, though, looking at zoning to help give some of our campuses relief, especially when they're by these campuses that are under-enrolled.
Right.
I get there's no good answer. I'm just wanting to know, how do we look at these numbers? and balance them carefully as we're moving forward. And maybe we'll just say, well, this is the PASA projection. Remember, it's not the current enrolled. Maybe that's just the best way to make sure we know the assumptions when we're talking. Because I get it, you are balancing a whole lot of different things in there. But it would just help to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think this breakdown is triggering the conversation that you're bringing up, right? It's a good conversation. It's good questions as we move forward and how we'd want to continue to communicate this information.
Yeah, I think for me, very aligned to what Trish was mentioning, thinking about what this looks like with 31 and 32, and then as we think about what those campus consolidations look like, I think if we strategically look at some of these low enrolled campuses and what being able to consolidate, I think you can take 3 campuses that are in the low enrolled matrix and move them up. And then they would no longer be in phase 1 or phase 2, so I think in some areas, I think it's that. And then I think in some areas, maybe it is a strategic rezone. And I think it's both of those things. But sure. I also think we're looking at the current numbers, but I also think those K through 2 grades are very telling, right? We know that we see these grades, they're moving up every year, and they're smaller and smaller grades. So in some of these areas where these numbers are low, we already know what's going to happen next year and the following year. They're getting lower. And I know we've talked about open enrollment, and I have some questions in my next time about open enrollment. But I also know that you and I have talked a lot about open enrollment because I was very eager for open enrollment, and I still am. But now that, and you were right. You were right. Yes, you were. I kept wanting to push it, and I said it was going to be the silver bullet that was going to fix everything. And you said, Gloria, let's see what's happening at some of these other campuses. And they're doing it. And every year, they're getting a little bit, and they're hoping that over a 5 to 10 year period, they'll get this much. But yes, each year, it's not going to, I think I'm very hopeful that over time it can help in some of the balancing, but I also think it's important that when we're looking at these numbers, these are current numbers, but those K through 2 campuses, the K through 2 grades, the numbers are the smallest. When I look at these numbers, and we see a school that's at 437, half of those are not third, half of those is not 3rd through 5th grade. It's more like 70% is the 3rd through 5th grade. And so I think that's really important for us to look at, because these numbers, I was like almost thinking, I know we're asking for too many charts, but visually for me, when I look at the attends, being able to look at the attend in this column and see, okay, in this column of attends, how many is 5th grade, how many is 4th grade, how many is 3rd grade? Because when I go and look at the other chart that you provided, I started doing some of that calculation, and we're looking at 3rd through 5th grade being somewhere like 70% of the students that are enrolled of that class at that school. So in another year, in another 2 years, it's significantly less than where it is right now. So I do think it's a combination of strategic rezone to help in some of these other campuses. I think it's looking at where 31 and 32. And then I also think it's looking at some of these campuses that are low enrolled, and that over time, we also see those K through 2 are really small, and what it looks like to consolidate those with other schools. So close by schools, so we can push them out of phase 1, or hopefully even out of, push them out of phase 2 for sure, but hopefully even out of phase 1. So they're, sitting where we are providing the best educational opportunity for our students.
I do, and to piggyback on that, and I'll be brief because Paul needs his and we'll have to share the mic. I do think there's some good questions that raises for me, and it's like, it feels like when we're talking about enrolled campuses that are over-enrolled right now, if we're going to talk about the impacts of building a campus like a 31, 32, we're going to use PASA, but if we're going to talk about consolidation, we're using the numbers right now. And so I want to be thoughtful on when we're looking at the current numbers, right? The current numbers here instead of the PASA for the under-enrolled. I want to be thoughtful about too how we kind of balance. And yes, consolidation may be an answer like that. And I have questions like, okay, so then when can we let the community know? How do they get to buy in on what their campus could be? Do they buy in? What do we do? What's that process look like? But I also want to have that conversation on what could we do to mitigate? What if the numbers are really close and open enrollment helps push them over? Like, if we did a magnet program and we got just enough students to kind of do that and put that up, does that help? And I still think, even though it's not the staffing model that we're choosing, right? Like, if you did a magnet, the staffing model kind of doesn't necessarily apply the same way if you don't have the specials. I still think these numbers give us a good idea of kind of where we're wanting, it sounds like, from the board, from administration, from the community. I mean, it looks like we have optimum when we're over that, 400 number? But that's still another conversation. So I just feel like I feel like Gloria's right. Yes, there needs to be a conversation there. I just don't want to stop there. I want to look at all the different pieces because I think there's several pieces to a puzzle to make a really good decision here.
I need some clarification. Trish mentioned y'all are using two different sets of numbers. Can you help me explain what two different numbers? Because I'm trying to understand what two numbers she's referring to. Because I know this is a snapshot. I have that in my phone. That's a snapshot that we sent. I know that's our current, but.
So I think how I heard it was that when we look at building new schools, we're looking years out. And so typically when we look years out, we're utilizing PASA for years out. Right now, we're deep in conversations just about low enrolled schools, and so we're gravitating towards this data set. And so we need to understand, again, now you see why there's differences between those, and a lot of them are tied to programs, why they're different. And so we just need to understand what data set that we're going to use. This is helping inform why enrollment is the way in which it is, but I don't necessarily think that we would negate the PASA projections in any type of future consolidation, because we would need to look at that to make a decision based on now, not understanding what's going to happen in the future. That wouldn't respect kind of the process that we need to go through, but this is a snapshot to understand really how that enrollment is made up right now.
In addition, I think it's important to remember when we're coming up with staffing guidelines, we're not looking at staffing guidelines of where can we place it where we can get the most bang for our buck or anything like that. We're looking at what are our staffing philosophies and what do we feel is something that can be done regardless of the situation we're in, where it could apply to all campuses. And so when we're looking at these proposed phase 1 and phase 2, that would be regardless of whether we're all at 400 or all at 900. It's what our philosophy of staffing is.
And before we jump on to a new question, I just want to go back and ask a curiosity question about what you said about the small kindergarten and first and second grade classes. So help remind me what PASA talked about, I think, was that, yes, we have much smaller kindergarten classrooms across, and then as they flow out through the district, though, there's some stabilization that happens in the middle grade levels. It doesn't, I don't want us to imagine that small kindergarten class stays that size and continues all the way through the system, because that would really indicate a complete decline. And that's not, I think, what I heard necessarily PASA say when they were here, which is that we're not growing fast anymore, but at some point in time, we're also not going to decline fast. We're going to stabilize and kind of wobble along. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Yeah, because if you look globally, we always talk about you graduate large 12th grade classes and you bring in smaller kindergarten classes, and that nets negative students typically. So you can apply that to elementary too. You know, as you graduate larger 5th grade classes, we do have that bubble that's working through our system right now. As some of our 4th and 5th grade cohorts move out of these more central campuses, then it'll drop back and then it stabilizes. You'll see a lot of them do that. But we do gain students with each cohort. We do gain students throughout the system. And again, that's part of open enrollment, right? You do some targeted. Kinder First is a sweet spot for getting transfers in, because then they go through your entire system and work all the way through. So there is traditional growth, but that is K through 2 will kind of stabilize in future years for our elementary campuses. So if you see small kindergarten, that doesn't mean that everything is continuing to decline. You're going to see stabilization over the next few years.
But that's
and so there is still some net in-migration, right, that's happening that's not related to open enrollment or anything like that. That's families moving into the district, either into new housing or existing housing.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, though, it was interesting that that pattern wasn't uniform across all of the schools. So in some schools, it was actually reversed. Like I looked, I'm not going to name, but there were some schools that fell under phase 2 that had opposite patterns. So some had the largest classes were the youngest grades, and then other schools where it was flipped. So just the nuances there.
Very good point. Yes.
Paul, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I think you guys kind of already answered it, but I'll ask it anyway. So who makes the enrollment estimate projections for next year? On the sheet you handed us, there's a bunch of projections, going out. So who does that?
Yeah, so what that is, that we utilize for long-term planning, PASA's projections are tied in there. And what we do is we make sure pre-K is included, but we did on the far left column give you the net transfers just as an identifier to better understand. But those are we use PASA's demographic projections for long-range planning.
So how well did they do this year?
For this year, we were under projection. Total across the entire district, we were under.
Yeah, I was told we missed it by like 600.
Yeah, approximately.
So how many teachers is that?
Well, it's hard to say because it's 600 spread across, 49 campuses, right? And so all our students don't come in packages of 22 at elementary school, and so it's hard to say. I don't know the exact number of staff members, but I couldn't tell you exactly who those 600 are. But there is an impact to staff, obviously.
Well, my point being that PASA is perfectly imperfect, and I would be very careful on trying to make too much of a projection in these going forward and making fast decisions. I know there are some that want the early education for the kids, but and I get why they put it in the north to help, but for where we are, to Trish's point, I wouldn't rush to make decisions quickly, since that's just getting started. When we went from horses to cars, people didn't adapt right away because of cost, convenience, and performance, and they knew what they knew for 10,000 years. We're a little different. We need a little bit know what we're doing, but as a district, but I'd just be quick. I wouldn't be quick to make changes too fast.
And if I could piggyback, although I like it when Paul talks about my point, but I also want to make sure I clarify that when I'm looking at PASA, when she told us what the projections were like 10 years ago, I'm like, oh, well, we're off. But we're off when we talked about it because of alternative education, alternative options and choices. Demographics can't predict that, right? That's going to be a limitation. And the reason I'm asking us just to be aware as we're transitioning from one to the other is because PASA can do what's in the residence, but as we're talking about the buildings and consolidations, it's just important to know which data points we're looking at and how we're looking at it. I actually think that when you look at PASA, I'm seeing the numbers that they have in here for their current projection, that 20 of our campuses are lower than here that's in the current projection. I think that talks about what we're all dealing with, is that declining enrollment or stabilization enrollment. Something's going on. We're gonna have to figure out, like, how do we manage this in this environment? So I think there's a place for PASA. I think there's a place for the current enrollment. I'm not saying either one's right or wrong. I am saying that I just want to make sure when we're switching from either one, that we're clear. And maybe, Paul, you knew that's what I was saying. I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that.
So I have some question really quick, Trish. So are you, I get the sense that you're putting some doubt into PASA and their projections. And so I'm wondering, are you wanting perhaps admin to look at another organization? Because I'm trying to understand, because I feel like a lot of what you're saying right now is we can't, and what Paul has said as well, is that PASA's projections aren't reliable and that we need to be careful on how we're deciding. And so I'm just trying to understand, like, if we're going to concentrate on PASA's expertise, do we as a board want to go through another? I'm just trying to understand what y'all are asking for, that's all.
I'm not saying they're not reliable, I'm just saying that let's not just rush to decisions.
But don't we have to apply the net transfers to the PASA numbers? Because PASA doesn't know what the transfer would be. So they give us a number, and then that's what's in that table, and then we look at the net transfers and then apply that.
Yeah.
And is it still lower for 20 schools?
No. When you start adding in transfers, you're hitting it. Again, that's what I'm trying to say. You just need to be aware of which ones you're using for which thing. PASA has a use, and they're experts in one area. They can't project for us, if you make a zoning change, here's how they can't tell us which zoning changes. We're going to talk about that. They're not projecting we're going to make zoning changes. This is the data at a snapshot in time. So I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm saying this is a different tool, and the current enrollment gives us a different tool. You need to be, as we're talking, make sure we know what we're talking about. Because when we start talking about the ECC impact and 31 impact and 32 impact, we're only looking at the PASA trends. We're not talking about how that actually kind of works too when you look at your current information. You just got to have both pieces together, that's all, right?
Jeremy, are you looking at the current information also, or are you just basing these off of, like, as you are bringing us these plans, are you basing it off of just PASA, or are you also looking at the current numbers?
Yeah, so we break it with the way that we wanted to structure it back in May as we walked through that framework, is we did want to at least identify what is that current enrollment. And then at that time in the spring, we actually knew what our grade level projections were going to be for this school year. And so the timing was good to look at that, because that is very accurate information, because that's with the microscope, and then eventually you got to get to the telescope to look out into the future. And then that's where, right, the cone of uncertainty starts to come into play. And to what degree, we don't know what's going to happen, what's going to change. But we do, that's kind of what we're going to continue to do. I will tell you that you see the green and red line here for staffing guidelines. For staffing guidelines for next year, we kind of base it on what we know now. And when we get those grade level projections folded in the next couple of months, it'll be applied to this. So we have to make staffing decisions based on now and next year. Opening a school, looking at campus consolidation, we have to utilize some demographic projections as well, and to ensure that a decision is sustainable over time.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, you're doing exactly what you were hoping that they were doing. And they're using both of those pieces, looking at current data and then using the PASA projections where it's applicable. And I would hope that's what we would all be doing, and that's exactly what y'all are doing. So thank you.
Yeah,
right,
and
Laura.
what Jeremy said was, right now, he's not talking about consolidation discussions. Those discussions, you'd put the PASA and would have to have more pieces. This is for staffing. And so I think that's great. And when we got the information on 31, 32, that's based just on PASA, not current. And those discussions will happen anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you very much.
Thanks, Trish.
Laura?
Slide 26. Can you provide some clarity for me on these positions and who they directly or indirectly work with? So what I mean by that is on the top it says based on pre-K through 5 enrollment, and then for the specials it says based on K through 5. So is that saying that the specials teachers don't work with preschool student or pre-K students?
That is a great question. It's actually one I had when we were doing this, and that is correct. So the specials teachers do not work with the pre-K students, which is why they're staffed a little bit differently.
Okay, so the thought was the positions on the top half, at least directly or in many indirectly, are supporting those pre-K classrooms. But then the bottom are not.
Correct.
Okay, that was really helpful to know. And I think that one question I'm having, because, you know, I'm trying to put the pieces together around the audits that we've had recently and seeing some opportunities for growth, especially academics or whether it was staffing. I'm also thinking about the SPED audit and thinking about some, you know, like how we think about what opportunities were identified in that and how that is congruent or not, like how that, how do I want to phrase this? How does that work within in various levels of enrollment? And how does that inform what is feasible within certain models? We already have programs that are not available at every school, and so kids have to transfer. But I'm also thinking about, is there a threshold at which the majority of special education students are needing to transfer to receive their services? And that starts to like not feel great, that kids can't be served as much, that many of the kids with special education services wouldn't be able to be served effectively in their home school. And I don't know that that would be the case, but I'm just thinking about, like, if you have a very small special education staff, what does that look like? How do we effectively serve kids? And I think in a lot of ways, in some cases, it's beneficial because they, you know, maybe have a smaller model. They, you know, maybe have, you know, there may be some benefits there as well, but I want to make sure we're thinking about both sides of that so that we are making sure that the community understands all of the implications for some of our special programs.
Absolutely. So special education staffing is completely different than the general education staffing. And so when the special ed department looks at our students, they look at the services that each individual student needs and how that impacts the campus so that they can staff it accordingly with the special education staff that are needed to meet those students' needs. So now I will say that we did have a conversation with the principals when we were going through this process about the importance of really looking at where programs are placed and what supports are in place there to be sure that they don't unintentionally impact the campus as a whole. And so that's something that we've talked to our department leaders about and trying to be more strategic and collaborative through those processes.
Yeah, that's what I was also wondering about was principal feedback around that in particular, and just always wanting to be mindful. I think that also lend into, and I know this is down the road, but just thinking about any sort of transitions that come out of this, how we're being very intentional about supporting transitions very explicitly, outlining what that process would be for our special education students, because those transfers are very, can be more challenging. And so wanting to make sure that that's included. And I think now that I'm learning how this works, I'm going to get one more thing in there. The other piece that I was thinking about as I was reading this as a parent is that I would want, and we may not be at this point, so again, please forgive me if I'm going off course here, but I would want to better understand what the process looks like when you hit one of these phases. So when is this looked at? Like, is it looked at on a yearly basis? Is it looked at on a rolling basis? And then if so, what is I know you're not going to want to be like too prescriptive, but like, is there a recommended range of time within which families will be allowed to participate in feedback, whether we're talking about mitigation or whatever we're talking about? Like, what does the timeline look like so that things are clear, that families can look ahead and feel like things are pretty predictable in terms of like, we're going to be having this conversation. We want to start thinking about this ahead of time so that everybody's on the same page. So I don't know how that plays into laying all this out, but just something that I was thinking about as I was reading through it, that is something that would be really helpful.
Gloria, any questions? No? Okay. I had a question in regards to slide 21, the transfer process. Everyone knows I love our transfer process. I just have a question. We had this amazing presentation, was it on Monday, the course catalog thing, which I am so excited. I'm so glad y'all are doing that. That is something that has been a soapbox thing of mine, so I love it. Thank you so much. But my question with that, I went and looked at the slides and whatnot. How did we communicate to our parents during that presentation in regards to our transfer policy? Because there's some programs that are available at our campuses that are closed campuses. So I'm trying to understand how some of that was mixed into that presentation, or did we even hit on it? I'm just trying to understand. Sorry, Brian, you knew it was going to come. Y'all know I love this transfer topic.
I was in the first row and ready to go.
I'm just trying to, what, did y'all hit on anything? I know that's, y'all gave a pretty much a broad overview, and I know that whole conversation was not about transfers, but I'm just thinking, as a parent, if my child was interested in HVAC, right? And, my child was at Vista, I'm just, and I can't get into this campus that has the one HVAC program, how are we, trying to tackle those problems so when we have these presentations that parents and students are aware that transfer policy exists and we're not denying access, right? We're trying to open up those pathways.
So right now there's some exclusivity between the processes. High school, for example, you have several choices. So you top to bottom, however many you have. If it's not one that's at your campus, currently we offer a sub-campus opportunity, which we are reviewing and looking at options to which programs would be efficient to transfer fully to and which ones might still continue a sub-campus model. We just weren't ready 26, 27. And so what because we moved the course selection process up, we said, fill out your choice sheet. So same kind of thing, the things that you're interested, all those processes. Then we will look at if there's a transfer opportunity and then work within those. So ideally, when we're talking about programmatic transfers, we separate you are transferring for a program that you've applied to, get accepted to, we know you have space for, you are going to that program and your interest starts early with those course sheets. And it's different from, I'm going to say my transfer process, but it's not mine, but it's our parent choice. It's just, hey, we have seats somewhere. So we're looking at, we do that now with pre-K. We do that now with dual language. We started that last year with IB. And so it's moving from, hey, that interest starts early. Those campuses and those program directors start to engage with families and kids to look at bringing them in, make sure that they have space and equipment and all of the things that happen, and whether they transfer fully or there's a sub-campus opportunity that's still looking forward. But we need to figure out which programs those are. And because we have so many across the district, it was really hard to do that quickly.
No, I get that.
But we asked kids because it's earlier and transfers. We are moving to January for our priority, our intra-district transfers, but that's aligned with, they've already done course sheets. We do have an after opportunity to change that just in case there's a transfer implication, but we did have that discussion about, hey, fill out your choice sheet, we're going to look at what you have. We're going to look at whether the subcampus or transfer is an option. We're doing that more of an individual basis.
That's exactly the answer I was looking for.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Except it's not a choice seat anymore. It's in
Course selection, is that correct?
Naviance. No more,
That's the-
no more paper. I'm
It's
just being.
Oh, yeah, sorry. a
Parents
choice
need to
sheet
log
in
into that.
Naviance. Electronic voice choice sheet in Naviance. Yes, sir.
Well,
I'll get
thank
my
you.
language right.
I appreciate that. That was one thing. Like, I'm like, again, thank y'all so much for putting that on. It's huge, and I love that y'all are working on that. Y'all know how much I love our transfer system. I utilize it as a parent, so thank y'all so much. All right, Sade.
All right, so, and it's kind of similar, I guess it's sort of similar in this slide, and I've been listening to the conversations all evening, and we've been talking a lot about rezoning and trying to get above the line, below the line, between the line, but it just still seems like we are still looking at our closed system and how to move chairs around. And I'm concerned. Yes, we've talked about, I've said this before, we're in a different time. We're not in a time any longer where we just sit and hope that people show up. I'm bombarded with Facebook ads for other, not districts, school districts don't seem to be, a few school districts, but a lot of the charter schools. And you click on one and oh my God, then the algorithm says you're interested in education, and a whole bunch of others that you didn't even know existed now start contacting you. And I'm just concerned, especially as I see a school that it's full, it's over 100%, not 120, but it's over 100%. But the kinder class is half the size of the 5th grade class. So next year, as 5th grade rolls out, I don't know whether 1st grade is going to grow. It's not going to grow by that much, and kinder might still be small. So I'm just wondering where we're going to have a plan here. We've talked about open enrollment. I don't know if has anything been rolled out yet. I don't know. But how are people, like district-wide, not just campus-specific, but just district-wide, promoting our district through not the traditional means that we're used to, but really going, casting a wider net, letting people have us at the back of their minds or forefront of their minds, and they just see us all the time, so that when they're ready to make a decision, they're like, oh, that's somewhere I can go to. Think about when you want to send your kid to daycare. You go toward the place, and you're used to the place, and then now that might be something they think about kinder, and they're like, you know what, I see open house here and this on my ads or in my mailbox, and I'm gonna go to that open house. Oh, I love it there, and send my kid up there. We're not doing that. So those are the things that I'm more concerned about future-proofing, at least trying that, and where that would be on this timeline. Thanks.
I'm with you, Sade. Y'all know I have a lot of kids, and one thing I've noticed, and my daughter, who will be going into high school next year, we started getting postcards from our zoned high school in regards to the programs they offer there. And I was like, whoa, but it wasn't school-led, it was booster-led. So this is money coming out of our parents who saw a need to try to attract the students in our zone campus. And it was pretty powerful. I got a little postcard that says, do you want to be a, guardian dancer? And it was like personal to me. And I'm just like wondering, I see that for early college high school. I see that principal taking on that whole lead. I see certain campuses, 4 Points, Steve Crawford going the extra mile, Mr. Cheer, I loved it. But there's so much we're asking of our principals, and they're gonna do everything they can for their campus, but what are we doing as a district to, one, take that load off those principals, but also, why are our boosters sending out information on trying to attract families? Like, I'm just trying to understand. I love it. I felt like I was seen, it was great, but what are we doing as a district?
So I'll take that one. Hi. So I think we realize that there absolutely needs to be some sort of strategy and plan moving forward. And this is something that our team, SCR, has been working on a weekly basis, trying to move in a very fast forward motion towards really focusing on this area of in-district transfer and open enrollment that will be active January through February and into the spring. And so I think that we've worked really well with Brian and Student Support Services in establishing what those timelines look like. We've now got some alignment with course scheduling so that we can figure out what that in-district transfer looks like for our students. There's just a lot of moving parts to make sure that this is executed well. So the thing that you are seeing right now with postcards and Facebook ads and all of the collateral that's out there right now is that you have those places, those charter schools, those private schools, have a place where folks can go to as a resource online digitally that showcases all of their schools, their resources, their all of the things that are wonderful about the places that they're trying to attract. And that's what we're lacking, and that's what we're working on right now. So what we're trying to do is make things easy. If they're attracted to a certain part of the district, a certain school, you have to know the cadre of things that are available to you if you are drawn to Leander ISD. And it's got to be more than just what a campus website looks like. It's got to look good. It's got to look polished. It's got to be interactive, and it's got to give parents what they want and not be frustrated with the process of how they're looking at it. I don't know if you want to jump in here, and I know that you've done this before, Jeremy, but just how this has to be exceptional on a level that we have not seen before or that we've experienced ourselves in what it means to attract a new type of parent to our district. And so we just want to execute it well. And it's got to be more than we've done some print ads. We are included in the chambers, Leander and Cedar Park Chambers, with ads promoting our For Every District branding around the open enrollment and recruitment plan, that enrollment marketing plan. And as we move forward, we really have been focusing on just getting folks to a landing spot where they can get all the information they need, from soup to nuts, from the exploration of what your campuses look like to what the district can offer. Did you want to?
Yeah, say obviously just from one factor is just attracting those through open enrollment, and the engagement is the most important part, and communication and timing all that together. That's the critical piece, because when they feel valued and the attention is given to them, then they're going to be, because the interest is going to be there. But we must engage them a little bit differently, because it's different than engaging someone that already lives in the district. I mean, but that's just one singular aspect, and but again, what we do have is just over 42,000 advocates for Leander ISD, and so I think we need to lean into that as well. But I think you'll see from an open enrollment standpoint and what we're going to attempt to do and to do really well, we know what we have to do. We just have to go out there and do it. But again, that's just one aspect of enrollment, period. That's the thing that's going to be different for next year outside of what we're already doing. But I think Christina, her team, is working on everything from open enrollment to the students that live in our district that we're not seeing come inside our doors.
There's an element of direct communication now that we have an interest form, and we see where we might be able to lean into in some of these areas, particularly around Austin ISD and their rezoning that they're experiencing. So we're looking at those areas where we might be able to lean into. We're seeing some areas around Hudson Bend and Lake Travis that might be an area that we can also explore as well. So we're being sensitive to the areas where we can definitely do some more specific targeting, but the message is there. I think that you don't underestimate the power of our product. is number one. And so we can see that through our interest form, there is absolutely, our story is telling itself. And you saw that with the superintendent report. We do have a powerful story. So it's just like what Jeremy says, utilizing the 42,000 people that we have in our district to be able to market us well and having that a part of the plan.
Oh, you mentioned the interest form. Where is that located and how is that being circulated?
That's my next question, yeah. I have it.
Yes.
No, I know, but I mean, how is it being circulated to these areas that you've mentioned that are being targeted?
So we're starting in such, again, we want to make sure that we can get the interest form to a place where then once they get their interest, and then we can get those folks within our system so that we can have then a direct connection with the folks that we're marketing with, that we're attracting into the system, that we can collect their data so that we can have that communication with. As far as it getting sent out, it is internal right now because the focus was in district. And that is the next step, is then marketing outside.
I wonder if we could just have an agenda item, because I just wonder if we're going to be, this might take longer, and I just think we have enough tonight. Maybe this could be a December 4th piece where we talk about the marketing, because it's not just about open enrollment, which I think is good, and you've given us a lot of information. But I mean, Dr. Gehring and I both were at a fast growth school conference discussion. Well, we listened in on a discussion where they were talking about how charter schools, private schools, micro schools, they are out there and they're actually going to marketing companies.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that was like a leading thing that caught my attention was how important it was for the family members to be on the campus. They need to be there to see what
Yes.
the product is, and that's so important. And then, there are other things that could be done to help market, because we're not just talking about open enrollment, which is those outside of the district or inter-district moving into campuses. We also know that there are a large number of students in our district choosing alternate education. So it just seems like there's a couple of pieces for marketing, and I would love to have just kind of a breakdown. I'm hoping it wouldn't be a long breakdown either, right? But it's just like right now we're catching you off guard and you're having to like quickly tell us. If we had slides, I bet you could get it done in 3 slides, or
Gotcha.
at least that would be my point, is something quick.
So I'll second you on that agenda item.
All right, so we have a meeting December 4th and December 11th, right? That Thursday. So let's see how this conversation pans out, and it'll either be the 4th or the 11th.
Okay.
And so real quick, board, you're wanting how we're marketing open enrollment. Is that, can we give some clear direction, give me some clear direction so we know what we're asking for administration, so Christina's team is ready to come prepared?
It is really the plans and the timeline to market our district as a whole, so that, one, we attract people who live within the district but do not attend. We attract open enrollment, and then we retain our current students as well.
If we could get that December 4th.
I would
Go
like
ahead.
to add how we're supporting our campuses in their own open
For sure.
enrollment journey, as I know campuses are already doing that work, and like you said, getting them through the door. I was at 4 Points Middle School 2 days ago, and Steve Crawford is already doing the things. I mean, and his PTA is talking about scheduling. They are reaching out to HOAs in surrounding neighborhoods that are outside of the district to go present and talk. And I was like, what kind of resources are we giving them? What are we giving them? But they are full-fledged ahead because they're worried that open enrollment's going to open in February. People need to know before the holidays that this is coming so they can start making plans for the following. I mean, that's a big deal if you're going to leave your district and think about. And so I'd like to also, in that same update, talk about what are the resources or things that we can do to support not just what your department is doing, but also what is your department doing, I guess, to support the PTA and the individual campuses that might want to do some outreach,
For sure.
on their own.
Okay, so December 4th, that special meeting, if we could get just kind of, like what Sade said, a timeline, just like what the plan is, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
We're going fast and furious here. Go, Nkosi.
All right, two things really quickly. One, I one, appreciate that we're focusing on student experience and learning and kind of instructional delivery. And we haven't talked finances, but I definitely would love to understand the financial implications of the staffing guidelines. One, as is, and so transfers stay relatively stable, no consolidation. What's our savings, right? And then the second would be like, what are the implications on financials with consolidations? Thinking 1 to 3 schools, and for each, agnostic of the schools, but just thinking of the scenarios. I know it's not really clean, but what would the implication of the new staffing models deliver on that? And the other piece is I'm seeing, we have a couple of layered levers, right? And so we have like the EC consolidation potentially. We have boundary rezoning. We have like all of these different levers that we're thinking about potentially pulling. And so I would just like to see like some dynamic model where we can test out some of these levers on top of each other. I don't know. I'll just like maybe ChatGPT can help us with that. But like some kind of model where we could really just make a few decisions with a few clicks and actually see the implications on enrollment projections with some of those levers. And so right now it feels like we're like kind of like 2D when we need to be like 4D, 8D, because there are a lot of different dimensions. And so if we need some help thinking through that, I'd love to.
I like that, Nkosi.
Like maybe 6 or 7D or something. I don't know.
I really like that, Nkosi, because what keeps going back into my mind is like, okay, let's give open enrollment a chance to see what it can do, but then that means that the realities of the budget means there's cuts in other places, and how do those cuts then impact our ability to attract open enrollment? So all those things, in my mind, I keep thinking through all that as well and how those pieces influence each other. So,
And keeping in mind that if you look at other districts, open enrollment, Jeremy's going to be like, I told you, Gloria. Open enrollment is going to take 5 to 10 years. It has a long ramp before you really start to be able, it's not just you're going to announce it and everyone's going to be like, okay, next year I'm going there. It's something where, oh, I have a 3rd grader. I'm going to do that for middle school in 3 years. Or I'm going to consider that for high school. You know what I mean? It's something where a lot of the data that's coming out from other school districts that are doing this is it's a little snowball. It needs momentum and it takes time. So yes, I think we need to give it a shot, but also what are the budget implications now? And what are the budget implications knowing that it has a long runway to ramp up?
well, specifically that this fund balance cliff is a year. And so like that's,
Yeah.
right. And,
Yeah, but Gloria, I would also say that I don't know what those other school districts tried. They might have just said, we have it now, and they hope and wait people show up. They might not have been proactive in going after people, so I don't know. And so I wouldn't immediately say, I mean, yes.
I'll share my data with you.
Okay, good.
I think also just in regards to the marketing, I feel like our community is going to take some time to getting used to, as we saw what happened this summer. And because let's be honest, charters and private have endless amount of money to spend on marketing. They have a whole budget department where they spend millions of dollars. We don't have that luxury. And so I think it's important for the board when we have this discussion to be very clear in what we're looking for. And also when communications gets out there and starts doing this, we need to be behind them because it's something we've never done as a public school. But if we're gonna attract students and families, then we need to do it the right way. And by doing that, we need to give clear direction to Christina's team, but also support them during this time. So that's all I'm gonna ask from y'all on that.
Yeah, I'll also add that some of the data that's come back, and I will share my data with you. And you know, Jeremy, I collected all this data so that I could say, haha, you're wrong, Jeremy. And instead I collected all this data and it was like, Jeremy was right. I'm just gonna put my data over here because he was right. But a lot of it too was the current families, sometimes your current school isn't super excited about open enrollment. And so when they start seeing a lot of the marketing and a lot of those pieces, your in-district families, it's a push and pull, right? They want that more enrollment, but they also want the exclusivity of my child should get the lead on that play because I live in the district. My child should be on that team. There's only so many spots on that team. And now those are spots that are going to be shared. And so a lot of the other trustees that I have talked to have said, be prepared for those hard things that are going to come to the board because there are limited number of roles in the school play. There's a limited number of seats on that robotics team. And when you open it up to students outside of your district, those are other conversations and other struggles that we're also going to have to kind of mend with.
I'm going to wait my turn. I was just going to add on to that. Again, you can see what I think about a lot. I don't know where this would fall in here, but what transfers look like for kids in special programs, particularly special education. Because I know in parts of the country where there is a lot of open enrollment, it's open for everyone except for those kids. They hit a lot of barriers transferring in, not officially. It happens because there's not a good policy in place that makes sure that there's access to transfers for kids in special education kids who have IEPs. So just wanting to make sure that we are choosing a different path and making sure that we're thinking through that very intentionally in this process.
So I have a question we had a discussion on pre-K. And I'm just wanting to know, when does that come back to the board? Because Anna, I thought you asked, and Sade asked a really good question. I mean, it's great that we have pre-K on the campuses and it helps with the enrollment and bringing in the kiddos, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's yielding the PLCs and the upper grades until it matriculates through, and then how does all that work, and really how is that helping with the staffing models? If that's a really expensive program and it's not really helping with learning and it's really going to end up not, then what do the hubs look like? What do the hubs yield for us? Like, I just feel like we just haven't had enough time to really talk about the difference between on-campus versus hubs. And I know we're going to pilot, I guess, the North and see how that looks. But it just feels like it might be beneficial to kind of have a little bit more of that information as we continue to talk about pre-K. And it might end up being a hybrid throughout the district. Again, I will say this. I said it, 89th session, the bill's passed. Learning's going to look different. Education will look different from now on. And you had said, I've heard people say blockbuster Netflix comparison, right? And so how do we keep innovating with the times? And so pre-K hubs may be the perfect answer. And it really doesn't hurt the campuses that much because we're going to do something else and we've got all these other things. But how do we know unless we have the conversation? And I'm just curious, when will we have that part of the conversation?
So if you want an agenda item, then I can second you. But I do agree that it would be very helpful for us. And this is not identifying any campuses, but it's just if we have this will be a good number of pre-K hubs to have, and finding locations for them would be an exercise much later. But it's really, if we consolidate them, here is what student learning can look like. Here is what teacher team PLCs can look like, and also having the good number of students on each campus. or in each hub. And then the last one will be the financial impact as well. Because having pre-K spread about with smaller classrooms, I assume is more
Sure.
expensive.
When you use the term hub, are you talking about like the early childhood, like the school?
So basically
or
like Deer Creek.
like what we have now, a community like at Fabian has a?
Yes, so like Deer Creek, Fabian, yes.
Okay.
But a bigger concentration.
Okay.
So like there's small, there's little ones all over the place.
So you're talking about, so I don't know how many we have right now, how many pre-K?
19, I think 19.
20. So reducing that maybe to 13 or 14 or something like that, 6 or something.
It just feels that this might be one moving part that's vital. And if we start rolling on all these other pieces and then pre-K comes or that discussion comes later, then it's like, oh, we had made it all on these numbers and these thoughts. And pre-K and your early childhood learning could really impact some of these other decisions that we're going to make. So I just feel like that discussion has to precede the other discussions.
So I just want to get clarification
Yeah.
that, are y'all asking for a complete early childhood model discussion? Because that's essentially what the South and the Central are. I need to try to understand what y'all are asking for, because when we look at the grand scheme of things, yes, these are students, there's 1,638 students, right? I don't think we need to stop the work we're doing to have an in-depth discussion on the future of pre-K, but I'm trying to understand, y'all know I love me some ECCs, right? If I could have an ECC here and here, I would do that, but I'm just trying to understand what direction y'all are needing and what conversation are you wanting to have as far as pre-K in regards to the LRP? I'm trying to understand, can you tell me, like, is it you're wanting to make an ECC in the Central, ECC in the South? Like, help me understand. Sorry, Nikosi, just kidding.
No, it's not ECCs. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think I have the same question, but so let's look at so if, I don't know, I'm afraid to call out a specific campus. If you see a school where the number of pre-K students overall is lower, are you wondering about efficiency, but also student experience where there may be one teacher, and can we consolidate a pre-K program with an early childhood community with another early childhood community for efficiency and a better student experience?
Exactly.
And
yes.
perhaps can that be at a school right in the middle of those two lines where it can, or is that
It's not about
really?
the two lines. It really is just, yeah, you'll figure out where it's best, they should be best located. And it's not necessarily about the two lines, but it's really about the efficiency.
So just more like,
and the
let's
student-
revisit our communities and see if we can
Yes.
be more streamlined.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard from pre-K teachers that are concerned about the small sizes and the small teams as well.
Gotcha.
Like, it really should be looked at.
But don't we have, I know this happened at one campus this year where we didn't have enough pre-K students and we moved them over to another campus. Like, that happens already. There's stuff and guidelines for that.
That happens in
It happens
first
already.
grade.
Right. I guess my question is, sorry, Ann, I'd love to hear from you, because I know y'all did pre-K, these communities back in 2021. Y'all know this was one of those things I wanted to die on a hill because I hated it. But I'm just trying to understand. I know y'all did this whole revamp in 2021. And then I guess this kind of leads to my next question is, so we have this ECC, right? When the ECC does fill up, I'm hoping it does, where do those other kids go? So it kind of goes to what you're saying, like, what does this process look like, Aaron? Like, help us understand. I think what they're asking for is, combining campuses to be better efficient. Can you give us some feedback, what you've heard tonight in regards to this?
I think I can. So, those are all really good questions, right? Because the ECC is the first time we're doing this. So right now, when we're looking at all the campuses that we have zoned, which are all the campuses north of 2243 that are going to go to the ECC, we're starting out opening around 567 and 600 is capacity. Right? That's if we look at it today. So one of the things we could do, somebody here said, well, we could have a hybrid model. That's what we will have, right? When we open up the ECC, we're still going to have our smaller communities. So we may have to look at which of these campuses can have their students go back to their campus so that we don't get too full at the ECC. As far as opening up other early childhood centers, I mean, that's the beauty in getting to decide. I mean, I would love that. I definitely understand that we have some early childhood communities right now that are low in numbers. And one of the reasons we went towards early childhood communities years ago is because we had one pre-K class here on this campus, early childhood special ed over here on this campus. We didn't have PLCs. We didn't have teachers sharing their knowledge together. We weren't sharing resources. We were very individual programs spread across the district. And we thought, well, what can we do, you know, to bring teachers together to learn from one another and to do better with our resources and offer better instruction to kids, and it was with our early childhood communities. And in the fall of 2020, I believe, is when we brought everybody, including our early childhood special ed students, together on communities, which has greatly helped with our resources. We had teachers traveling between schools in the middle of the day without lunches and planning time because they were moving all around. So we've made great strides there. And we can continue to do it just based on what those needs are. If we need to look at a central campus, then we look at a central campus, right? We really, the way we have set up communities is where is the need? Where do we have room? Right, and without making 3- and 4-year-olds have to travel very far.
So I have a question regarding the ECC, the Early Childhood Center, the one to be opened. So Baghdad students are going to be moved there as well, the early childhood?
That's currently what we're talking about,
okay,
yes.
But how about the dual language? Are they going to stay on the Baghdad campus, or?
So our current model is all of our 3- and 4-year-olds are all together with their like peers, and then whatever supports they need, whether that be ESL dual language, special ed services, they all get it together with their peers. So yes, the whole group would move together, and we would have dual language services at the ECC.
Okay, because I was just wondering if there was a thought to, because we talked about Fabian, dual language, and Reed, and I was just wondering if there was any thought given to having Baghdad, if the teachers also, whether they think that that's helpful, if they should be on the campus, the dual language campus, as opposed to on a separate campus.
Mm-hmm. Well, so most of our feedback right now from our teachers at Baghdad, they're excited to go to the new campus, again, to be with early childhood altogether.
So when you come back, and you're going to talk to us on December 4th about the enrollment threshold and mitigation strategies. My question kind of is, just to inform that when you bring that back, information that would help me would be to know, like, the things that I'm asking is, if we need to go to a consolidation or repurpose model, and I don't want to know right now, if we hadn't decided the thresholds, you can't tell us which campuses. I just want to know, does administration have a recommendation for the criteria on that? How do you choose, like, let's say you have, and we know of one area that has a cluster of schools. How are you going to choose which school if they're all in this area? How is that choice going to be made? Or is that something that you go back to the community and you say, we have this option, and does the community weigh in? And that's my other thing, is how does the community weigh in when that consolidation, repurposing thing? I mean, is that going to be that we go to them as a district and say, let us know what you'd like to see your campus become? And then we get that feedback and go from there? Or is that something where we say, oh, we have these options, here's what could be, what do y'all think? So I'm just curious, when y'all come back and talk about those thresholds for triggering that repurpose or that consolidation. I would just like that little bit of extra piece on what you're thinking about so far for some of those criterias of like, what is that going to look like then? Just in general, or where y'all have been thinking about that. The other one is, you talk about, you say mitigation factors. And when I think of mitigation, I think of public-private partnerships. That could be mitigation, right? If we have public-private partnership, that could bring in additional students. You and I have talked about tons of different type of models or trying to think outside of the box. Could there be a magnet program that doesn't necessarily need all that same staff, but attracts more enrollment? Could there be grade stacking? When we're hitting these thresholds, does a mitigation strategy include letting the community also tell you what else they could see or how else they want to see it, if not the traditional model? And I'm just curious about those things. You don't have to answer that now unless you want to answer, but those are the things that I'm curious when you bring back information to us.
I'll throw on to that some, as we're bringing that back for discussion. I would be real careful in letting communities choose which school they think, because I think if I went to a school, I would say not my school, but that school, and I think that school would say not my school, that school. And so I would hope we would have some type of rubric that you would make some type of recommendation when there's a cluster. I think it's engaging the school and what do we do with the campus, is how I'd really hope we'd engage that community. Okay, if this is the campus that you're recommending, what's our plan then to engage that community and what happens next with that building? And bringing some of those partnerships, is it a library, is it all the things that we've talked about. But I would be concerned about saying, okay, it's going to be one of these and y'all figure it out, because I think most people are going to say not mine, but that's cool. And then one of the things, I know we've talked about grade stacking in different ways. One of the things I'd like to, if that's something that is going to be brought back to us, know what the implication that is from teaching and learning, because that's not the curriculum that we currently provide. And if it means retooling our curriculum for grade stacking, do we have extra teaching and learning people that we're able to take off of their current duties to allocate them to creating a new type of learning model? And how long would it take for them, if we designated a team? Do we have a team that we're able to, I know what you keep telling me is, Gloria, we don't have enough people to do all the things. And so I'd like us to think about how that works when we take our existing teaching and learning team and we say, okay, you're not going to support our traditional model because we need y'all to create a new model. How does that impact the system? And how long it would take to create a different learning model like that, so that we would be able to implement that being part of that discussion as well.
And can I absolutely, because I want to say, I gave examples,
Yeah.
and I was just giving examples because I don't have a degree in education, and I think those are really good points. It's like, I don't want to tell y'all, oh, tell me what a magnet program looks like. Tell me how you're going to work with the community and letting them choose. I'm giving you examples of things that I wonder, but I want administration to tell us what you think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not telling you to bring back A or B, but when I think of mitigation strategies before you close, to me it's like, what else can you do besides the traditional model based on y'all's information, based on your expertise? And you might come back and stacking grades might not be in there because that's not something y'all would recommend. Or it might, I don't know. Or there might be something else I haven't even recommended, right? Or thought, said.
I think about a lot of things with this, honestly. I know in the spring, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, that our timeline has us to spend some time looking more deeply in what can these long-term things, whatever it's going to be that's really outside the box is going to really take a lot of thought and time to come up with. The other thing I think about is, what does it take to get it going? Then what does it take to support it long-term? Because we can get it moving, we technically have some STEM schools right now, but is the support sustained? You know, how do we plan for that from a staffing at learning or teaching and learning department? And then the other is, what is the market demand, which connects back to what Christina was talking about. How do we market things? But it's also, what is the demand? Like, if I make a lot of red sweaters that I think are great, but everybody wants blue, it doesn't do anybody any good, right? So how do we find out what parents are looking to? That's where I'm looking at these enrollments, at what's attracting people to charters, and what can we, how can we be competitive?
And perhaps when we have that discussion on mitigation, as you said, maybe it's not all the pieces. Maybe it's just your outline of here's some of the areas we're starting to explore.
I think you have to think of this 10-year long-term plan that we've talked about as well. I mean, this is deep long-term thinking, so it will take time. That's where it's this, what are we doing for funding cliff is in a year? So how do we manage that and plan long-term, is how do we balance those?
That's what I keep thinking about, is also just some, conclusions for families. Like, I just think, I think it's important for us to gather information, but also but also balancing that, yes, we think long-term and all. So yes, it's more of a yes and than anything, but thinking about is what's going to be part of our short-term financial plan or not. And I think that's the piece that we really need to provide some answers. I just, either way.
I agree with you, Laura. I mean, we can get up here and say, go give me a K through 8, go give me an IB school, a Montessori school. It all costs money. And we know our financial reality right now, and it's kind of a balance, right? Like, we want to attract students, but you got to sometimes spend money. So it's one of those conversations. So I know 6-7, stop. I do know Nkosi asked for this. I think it was last board meeting or the meeting before, in regards to not only this time frame we have here, but can we lay the financial timeline on top of that so we can get an idea of where we're at, because that cliff is coming. And that cliff, I mean, we can sit here all day and talk about not closing schools, go to a low staffing model, but that cliff is here. And once we go down that cliff, nothing's going to matter. And so I really would like to see what Nkosi asked for, that financial timeline also lined up with what we got here.
I am curious, at some point, I think we're gonna need to, you gave us kind of an overview of that, what happens in the enrollment trends when you put in ECC and elementary 31, 32, and you'll get us the projections for 31. But I think that information is important too. And maybe it's not as immediate. We've talked about some immediate things here, but I think that's important to think about when we're wondering about how are we dealing with our over-enrolled, and then with the stable enrollment, does 32 put more campuses in a tender position? And if that's the case, I'm still going to say, do we need the traditional model? Can a 32 happen, but can it look different? Could it look like I don't know, again, educating experts. I would, K3, I don't even know that works. K8, a small K8, not, because I know the footprint of a traditional K8 won't work, but if we're talking about stable enrollment, what does a smaller K8 look like? Again, I don't know. I'm going to let to the experts, but I think that conversation is important too as we're talking about the future of the district at some point.
I will say the handouts y'all gave us, I'm over here like ECC is going to solve all of our problems, but I was kind of amazed that even with ECC opening, you still need an elementary 31 based on these projections. Like, I can't get over how fast that area is growing. Like, North receives little to no. So that was just really eye-opening to me, because I'm like, all right, we don't have to build this, but this is pretty here. This was, I think, for me, telling, because like when you're talking about 32, there's that conversation, but I went and pulled, based on these projections, I mean, it's really putting one campus under, and if we're looking at the bigger scheme of things, we seem to stabilize at around 500. So for me, when I see this handout that we got, this gives us kind of almost that stability that we're asking for as a board, that 600 student model. And so thank you for including this, because this is like, if this was something I was like, oh, we're not going to build a 31. No, we need a 31. Otherwise, Port Tarvin and North are going to explode, and so is Aiken. So thank you for this.
The reason why I think we need a discussion on this, what she's talking about, is because early childhood numbers are also included in here. But early childhood is, if they're going to early childhood center, or maybe it's going to be full and they're going to have to stay on their campus. So those are not clear yet, but I think the impact of this table we have assumes early childhood is fully on the campus and not somewhere else. So
Yeah, so those scenarios should, they represent those campuses listed at the top attending ECC, and so those pre-Ks have been pulled out of those numbers, and so you'll see a reduction. So it kind of gives you a little bit of capacity, but again, those are good clarifying questions, and I'll go, Anna, to your point. There's the good thing that we do here, and that is way long before I came here, doing a demographic update every year, because you'll see the difference if you look at that same projection last year. Dynamics change. The development speed up, some slow down, and so that's why you kind of right set each and every year around this time, so then you can see what decisions you may need to make in the future.
and then the other aspect of that can also be timing. So the timing of when not if, but when. And so that's
You're exactly right.
That's another reason to have that discussion.
Does this have how does that work? Because it says these are the schools that are going to go to the ECC, but we've already heard the ECC is going to be full within a year or two. So does it have them indefinitely going to the ECC, which wouldn't be realistic?
So you'll see ECC as a projection. That is the projected pre-Kers in those attendance areas that are attending.
So it would have ECC not really hitting, it has it hitting 600 in 28, 29. So okay. So then here's my other question about this, and please just tell me if I'm off topic here. What would this look like if we try to be more strategic with pulling from the campuses that are going to hit over capacity faster, so that we could potentially delay or, I don't know. I'm just thinking about some of the schools on here don't hit red at all. And maybe that's because they're pulling to the ECC. I don't know. But
some of it has to do with that, yes.
But I'm just thinking about, maybe some of them I'd what would it look like if I don't know. I'm just thinking about if we could be more strategic with how we pull, and what I would hate is if we are pulling from a campus and then 2 or 3 years in, we're like, oh, we need you to go back because you have room and this school. So trying to anticipate that, because the North's had a lot of back and forth. So if we can try to avoid that, that's the other piece.
Yeah, I think and one variable that you're picking up on is the North, where all the growth is. It's the most vulnerable area we have in the district, right? And so we're trying to manage that both within ECC and potentially elementary 31 to balance that. Another component that we have to fold in is just proximity and location. And I think the location that is currently with the ECC, I think it's in a good location because it kind of is in the center of multiple campuses. Eventually, it's too far, right? Start reaching too far down to the south. But right now, I believe that we're balancing those enrollments with the ECC, just understanding that there's a lot of students that are pre-Kers moving into those neighborhoods. And so that's where you'll see some of those enrollments popping back up, even without the pre-Kers attending.
Absolutely. And I think just keeping in mind, that even 110 percent is big. So, 961 kids at 111% is really big. So I don't know, I'm kind of contradicting myself here, but just trying to use the resources we have while also thinking about impact.
Yeah,
Because I mean, I'm
yeah.
looking at Tarvin, in a few years, it's at 130% with ECC. So do we need to think about pulling more? I don't know. And
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I think you're right. Even if elementary 31 comes online, then it's attendance zoning. It's an opportunity to kind of maybe balance some of those enrollments at that time, just with targeted rezoning as well. And so it's a consideration that we'll make there. And in 31, what does that look like from a pre-K standpoint as well? Maybe there's an opportunity there. So.
And this goes back to the question I asked at the very beginning. And I don't know how we're gonna, I know we need to walk carefully through it, but when we start talking about what does ECC have an impact on? Well, currently, when you look at Tarvin, though, I mean, this has Tarvin at 840, but our number at Tarvin doesn't have it. Well, Tarvin's actually bigger. There's another one, yeah, but that's bigger. And so, but there's some where it's like currently it's high and the numbers are lower. In fact, when I looked at it, our demographics, so when we're looking at this number, and I'm comparing this to what our current is, 20 of them are actually going to be lower than what's on this sheet. 8 of them will be higher, according to this and this. Like I'm trying to look at them together and trying to balance. And I don't know if this is going to play out, so y'all can tell us next time. But I think that's important to think about is if 8 of them are going to be higher, but 20 of them lower, then how does ECC really impact? And does it make some that are lower even lower? And I think on 31, I think it makes those that are lower really lower. And so I want to make sure I understand, kind of our projections as we're thinking about that. And then for those ones that are over-enrolled, what does a targeted rezone look like when you put that on top of this ECC, or 31, right?
I want to be very careful, though, because the north, there's a lot of traffic and there's a lot of infrastructure up there. And it's easy to say, hey, go from this campus to this campus. And I just want to be very careful because that is the one section of our district that is sliced and diced for feeder patterns. And I just want us to be very careful on that.
Agreed.
Again, and like you said at the very beginning, when you talk about a consolidation, when you talk about a zone, these are children's community schools. They're families' community schools. These are all very careful topics we should wade in. It shouldn't be taken lightly. We're talking about pre-K. Do we do pre-K hubs? Do we do the ECCs? There's a lot of the human capacity, our kiddos loving our school and wanting them to love learning and wanting to come back, and our parents loving this are very important. But I do also want to try to balance that with, we're also trying to have to figure out how to use resources the best we can. So yes, I think we need to keep those both in mind.
Okay, any other questions? I think we are ready. We're done.
And if I may, can I summarize what hopefully
Yes,
we're going to
I was about
back?
to ask that. Yes, sir. Go for it.
And so we have the thresholds, and so the only thing I put on the floor right now is if there's anything that you need administration to consider with those thresholds when we do bring them back on to discuss them on the 4th. And of course, we had mitigation strategies, which is going to there's going to be different buckets within mitigation strategies, especially when we get to Trish and your idea of just innovative programming. Obviously, that'll be a bucket, but there's other things that will go into that will be discovered over the spring as we get that focus group together. We have marketing details, kind of in the timeline associated with that. Financial timeline, we'll figure out how we're going to fold that in, but we'll provide that in some meaningful way. And then the only thing I need to know is if there's additional from a pre-K standpoint, early childhood standpoint, if we want to bring any of those details back to us. Back to you.
Yes, y'all asked I was trying to get clarification whether y'all wanted to make like an ECC model or are we just combining them? I guess, Aaron, would you be able to get us that information by December 4th as far as what does, consolidating the early childhood hubs, do you think you could get that information to us? Because I'm just worried it's a whole different model for y'all. I just don't want to put y'all on the spot.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
I'm not quite understanding. Can y'all tell us what she needs to do?
Is there are a lot of communities. Some are much smaller where between the classroom sizes or the team sizes are really small. Sure. So collaboration is challenging for the teachers. And the small class sizes, like really small, also mean that we're providing a very high cost product. And the students, there might be not really that much of an impact to student learning if they're slightly bigger, if we consolidate a number of these communities. And so it was basically taking a look at the communities, seeing what we can consolidate, not necessarily where, but just these can be consolidated, and then coming back to us with, right now we're at 20 communities, 26, or in 26 campuses. Aside from those that are going to ECC, yes, we can reduce the rest to some number. And then here's what the cost will be,
Before we commit to the 4th, can we just go back and take a look? Because I'm looking at this chart, and you can look at the numbers, and there are some with small numbers, but then when you start looking at location, so the closest campus to consolidate, and that's what I need to we need to study this more deeply. It could be something fairly quickly that we could bring back by the 4th, but then as we dig in, it may not. So I don't know if we can follow up.
No, I realize this is a heavy thing we're asking. Like I think what y'all are asking for is a complete different model than what y'all are doing now.
I don't.
Like we're combining, right? Is what it sounds like.
I think you're just looking at where can we almost be efficient within our pre-K, our early childhood model.
That's the question.
And I think that's what I want to see. It could be a fairly decent, like we could bring some stuff back maybe on the 4th, but it could get complicated really easily too. Correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron. Like as you start looking at this, like I'm trying to find a good example. Like if you look at go back. So Cypress 23 and Bush 42. Yeah, it'd be great if we could put those together, except for we know those are in vastly different places. So there could be a whole domino effect if you start looking at efficiency.
That's not what I'm asking. That obviously not. I mean, Cypress and Norman are right next to each other. You can look at those too, if we have to call out names of campuses. So there are other campuses that I've seen that are close to each other, that are clearly close to each other, that you can look at. But that's just a thought.
Yes.
Aaron, I have a question for you. Have you heard some of the complaints that Sade is hearing as far as like not being able to do like a full PLC? Like, you know, some of these campuses are early childhood hubs where they are a little smaller. Have you?
Right. No, I haven't heard any complaints from our smaller EC communities. Usually what we're having to learn is that some of our early childhood communities have 12 teachers. So it is a grade level with 12 teachers. They absolutely love it, but PLCs aren't made to be with 12 teachers. So learning how to divide up and make smaller PLCs, right? That's usually the feedback that I'm getting, where our campuses need support on how do we have PLCs? How would we divide, a team up to have PLCs that are optimal?
So, right. So that's where I'm going, is like you could combine, or you could almost split one and move it somewhere else. Like it just depends on how it all plays out, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, could there be a quick answer to, do we have some early childhood communities that are close to each other that we can bring together? Yes. Do I know by December 4th the long-term impact of that? No. Right.
Is that something we could just kind of start talking about, just
absolutely,
as we go further into our timeline, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know how much I love our ECC in the north. Just something. It sounds like over here y'all are wanting something just to be more efficient in regards to pre-K and making sure we're giving that ultimate student experience.
Mm-hmm.
So, just kind of, I guess, do your thing. You know how to do this, and.
Can I just say though that December 4th is only like 4 business days from now.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have some limited capacity with what we can bring back by then.
That's fair.
And my question, I have nothing different other than, I've heard Anna say several times, why are we not all on, the ECCs? I love ECCs, let's do them. And yeah, and you're always going to be like that. But if that's going to be a direction, that impacts some of these numbers and some of the discussions. If we're going to look for efficiencies, that's going to impact some of these numbers. So I just wanted to have enough of a little piece. So that's why I'm seconding, just enough of that conversation so it helps inform us as we move forward. Because obviously what you showed us here is pre-K impacts a whole lot of these campuses. And when you start talking about moving a community, you've got some big impacts going on. And so if I keep hearing different discussions of, well, what about this with pre-K and what about this with pre-K, I would just like to make sure I have enough information of what we're doing so we can have more discussions
Giving
there.
I want an ECC, but I'm not giving direction. Just want to make that clear. Like, I still think we can do the work. Like I said, it's 1,600 students and 42,000 students. Like, it does impact us, but I don't think my job is to go tell Aaron where I want a pre-K hub or we need to do an ECC. I want to be very clear that I'm not doing that. I just want us to make sure we have a robust pre-K system that's benefiting all students. And I think you guys kind of heard what we're looking for, and I think I trust you enough and Jeremy enough to bring us back something that is an efficient pre-K model that is serving all of our students. All right, board members, any other questions? All right, we are done with this agenda item. If y'all have any other questions, you want to dig deeper into pre-K, I know Aaron would love to talk to you all day about it. Thank y'all so much. We appreciate y'all allowing us to ask all the questions and y'all giving us space. Jeremy, Rachel, Chris, Aaron, thank y'all so, so much. Board members, we will now move to 8A3, consider approval of purchase of attendance credit and delegation of authority to obligate the district. Board members, this was originally on consent item, but we're bringing it back for an action item. So I'm pretty sure y'all are pretty self-aware of what this item is. So if I can get a motion as soon as we can, that would be great.
Make sure I've got the right one. I move, because I've read the memo and the update, so I have no questions. Y'all gave us tons of notice on this one. I move the Board of Trustees approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit, this is really long, for the 2025-2026 school year, and further move the board delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code TEC 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of the Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit or the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit. Seems like the same thing. Netting Chapter 48 funding is in parentheses. So yeah, there we go.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. Any discussion? All in favor? 7 ayes, motion passes. Next, board members, we're going to move to 8A4, consider approval of resolution casting votes for an individual to TCAD and WCAD Board of Directors.
We've also gotten this in board
Yep,
memos,
this
so
was
I'm
all
gonna
in your
make
board
a
memo, so I'm
motion
going to
if
need a
this is
motion,
okay.
please.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the resolution casting its 155 votes for Elizabeth Montoya to serve on the Travis Central Appraisal District TCAD and approve the resolution casting its 710 votes to be split with 355 votes for John Lux and 355 votes for Lisa Berkman to serve on the Williamson Central Appraisal District WCAD Board of Directors.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Gloria. Any discussion, board members? All right, all in favor? 7 ayes, motion passes. Next, board members, we're going to move to 8A5, 2025-2026 budget update. Pete, take it away.
All right, you have a packet or information in the board agenda or board packet. Just basically give you a quick update on the 25-26 school year. We have updated our revenue estimate. There's only two numbers that change on our whole, the whole year. We have an increase in revenue of about 4.2 million. That is due to the over 65 hold harmless provision, and we're still waiting. It's still an estimate. We will have final numbers here in, we'll have the best numbers we'll have available in December, which should be really, really, really accurate. And then end of January, the comptroller's office will verify those numbers. There's usually a minor tweak, which is not significant typically, but we'll see this year, and then TEA will rerun those numbers in early February. And then that will lead us to know exactly kind of what our values are for this year and what that does for our funding. And then that will lead to the next conversation at a later time concerning any hold harmless requests with funding on House Bill 2. But so revenue to go for it to 4.2 million. Our recapture had a minimal decrease of about 200,000. So our deficit that we adopted the budget with, right over 20 million, is now right at 15.16. And these numbers these 4 million has been reflected in prior numbers when we had our budget conversation. So just want to give you an update. More than happy to answer any questions on that.
You said 15.16. It says 15.813.509. Did I read it correctly?
Well, if I looked at the right number, I looked at the two numbers above that. You're right. You are correct. I didn't look at the right number, and I'm not wearing my glasses.
No, it's fine. I've got cheaters.
They're in my pocket.
When I'm looking at the fund balance, surplus deficit, now, yay, we're moving in the right direction, which is instead of -20, it's at -15.8. This does not include, from when I'm looking at the letter, doing my homework, make sure I'm looking at, just does not include that 10.5 million funding that we're still anticipating. I just want to know, like, are you
I would be careful
anticipating that
using the word
anymore, or where are
anticipating.
you at? Where, because we were in discussions, right?
Yeah, so we got the 4.2 million due to a separate hold harmless provision due to the homestead exemption increasing from 100,000 to 140,000.
Right.
And then the 50,000 on the over 65 piece. So that's where that 4.2 million is. Absolute best case scenario would be, if we even got the 10.5, that 4.2 is included in that, and we would get the remainder. And that is absolute best case scenario that I am not forecasting nor participating nor estimating.
Well, that's what I'm
okay.
curious about. So
Yeah.
we sent a letter to Commissioner, or there was a letter from our lawmakers to Commissioner Rath. And in our resolution, we say we want our funding. And we
that's
do
correct.
say that 10 million. But we're thinking now it's 6 million, but now we're not going to hold our breath anymore. Is that kind of where we're at? Well, we shouldn't be holding our breath anyway,
We
but
will-
you know what I mean.
We're not going to hold our breath, but we will have a much better understanding once we get these numbers. I should get these numbers about December 15th, December 16th, December 17th. And then I said there'll be a minor change between what the comptroller approves. Once districts have those numbers, all 10 of us districts have those numbers, run those templates, then we've already met once, but we will update our numbers, make sure they're fairly solid, because right now TEA's concern was these numbers were based on forecasts. Some districts make forecasts better than others. Some may do a really good job and have a curveball thrown at them this year with values and all the changes that occurred. So the TEA and the commissioner felt it best, hey, let's wait till January, wait till everybody knows their certified values and know the exact what T2 and T17 values will be. And the comptroller has verified those numbers, and that's what TEA will use when they run the template. So once that's done, which should be, if you remember a couple of years ago when I first got here, back to the whole recapture, well, the same thing happens about February 3rd, February 4th, February 5th. They rerun all the numbers, TEA, with the certified numbers. So that changed our recapture payment we verified, and now this will do the same thing, and we will know exactly what House Bill 2, what we were our hold harmless or we were not held harmless. And then the commissioner says, and we would anticipate coming back in January and getting our legislators and everybody else to rewrite more letters to reemphasize, and that's what we've been requested to do, to have the commissioner now, hey, you've got final data, now look at it, now run and tell us if we're not, if we got dinged or we weren't properly funded with House Bill 2. And that's where that is. So this is a separate hold harmless provision that got us that 4.2 in revenue.
Any other questions, board members? Nope. Awesome. Thank you so much, Pete.
You're welcome.
It is 10:27 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. Wow. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding superintendent contract. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Chief Human Resource Officer. No action will be taken in closed. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken during open session. it is 11:31 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. Board members, do you have any motions related to closed session agenda items?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Administration recommends the Board of, nope. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Rachel Mackey for, is that Mackey or McKay? Mackey, okay, wanted to make sure I was saying that right. Recommendation of Rachel Mackey for Chief Human Resources Officer, 2-year term employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2025-26 school year.
Second.
Congratulations.
A motion from Gloria, a second from Trish. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? 7 ayes, motion passes. Congratulations, Rachel.
Yay, congratulations, Rachel.
And board members, it is 11:32 p.m. And having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned. Woo.